Hello, everybody. How are you all doing today? It is wonderful to be here. Can you all see me? Can you all hear me? Ah, okay. First, let's say hello. Let's see from what I can see here. English Aaron, Matthew Martinez, Nocturnal. Good to see you all today. Let's see. What's the question here? Caught you online in game once, not streaming, but I didn't join your lobby because I didn't want to be rude. Hey, Lumita? Hopefully I said that right. Hello, good to see you. Thank you for being here today. Hope I didn't butcher your name. Let's see. Valdor Rosado. Hello, how are you? Good to see you here as well. Um, let's see. On the subject of catching me online and joining my group, what I would say is, yeah, message me first. And the only reason why is because many times when I'm playing, I'm actually recording video, right? And if it were up to me, I would like there to be the opportunity to like turn off the chat completely, like just for a little while, but they don't. That's not something that I've been able to figure out any way of actually doing per se. So because of that, I can tell you that joining in games and stuff like that, and even sometimes messages, like you'd be surprised how many times I've been in the middle of recording something and then like a message pops up. Luckily, they only give like the little, like especially when you're in a quest, it just kind of like blinks at the bottom left hand corner, so it's not too bad when I'm in a quest. But it's like when I'm in a mission or something like that, just like a regular one. So, hey, I love the fact that you're willing to engage, and that you actually you look at me and think, hey, that's someone I'd like to play Warframe with. I love that part of it. Don't get me wrong. Um, but yeah, I would say message first. That's the easiest way to guarantee that, like, said if I'm in the middle of something, that I can just message you back, or say, hey, yeah, sure, just join in. Yeah, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Can you just switch to clan chat and do so? What you can do, I do like Noko. We're gonna play with Noko a little bit today. What you can do with the chat thing, what I typically do, okay, is when I go to do a quest, if you put it in solo, it'll put it basically in like the one of the other chats. So you're gonna see that. I don't put it in clan chat because it's my clan's actually fairly active. So on any given day, there will be multiple messages, coming through. And so what I do is I will, when I come back to the orbiter every single time, I'll go to friends only, and then it'll give me my own squad. And then, like, when I come back, unfortunately, this is the next time through, I'll go to invite only, right? And I'll just keep flipping between them. That way, it keeps the chat um, in my squad, and if I'm by myself, then I don't have to worry about anything else coming through. But that's about the best and the only way I've come to really like mitigate any type of messages whatsoever. And if DE has a message like red text, it doesn't even matter. They're just gonna come right through. And yes, I have been in the middle of serious quests that I was recording whenever red text has come through, so that sucked. Uh, Yellow Swiss Roll, hello. Umbrella Samar, hello. I wish they would put the names back because I apologize. B3N9Y74. What? Man. Well, hello to you. Rays, good to see you. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Um, This is a pretty interesting story we got going on in the Orb Vallis. Red text is usually funny. That's true. Here, I'm gonna put the. Let's do this. Boop. That way we can see what people are saying. So again. Okay, so we're gonna go into the Nokko lore today too. While we're playing, I'm gonna go over what my interpretation of the story is. Her Drachenman, hello. Let's see, who else did I miss here? Did I miss anybody? Ruby, hello. It's good to see everybody. Yeah, there is something very there you go. Hello. There is something very interesting going on. We'll go through the 3 paths first because I have all that done, and then we will go into the Vallis Undermind and essentially do some mish things, and I'll go over like there's a couple different things going on in the Vallis Undermind. We're not just talking about there's what's happening with Nightcap and Nokko. I mean, yeah, I gotta go 69. There's that. There's also what's going on with Nef'anyo and the Undermind itself and what's happening underneath there. Also, you could actually add into the whole thing that there is like kind of another buried story in that one, the area underneath, like way underneath, doesn't look much like the Vallis, or I should say Fortuna up here. Rather, it looks like a much older variant. Like the buildings underneath were like very old. In fact, in the last stream, we were actually talking about the concept that, see, is where this is very corpus looking, very distinguishably corpus right from the beginning. The buried stuff has a much more, dare I say, 2000s feel to it. Almost like you could tie aspects of 1999. I'm not saying that 1999 caused this, right? What I'm saying is that those buildings were built around in a similar time, and we are uncovering something from a similar time that it's kind of aching more to, like I said, more to that look, that aesthetic. So, yeah, I did see Nora has some new dialogue. Also, if you walk up to Nightcap with Nokko, he has different dialogue.
You name it.
So
I've got fungi that'll be more
one
than
of the things
happy
that
to
I
gobble
was
up
kind
for
of disappointed with, and I will be adding this into my little thing. Normally, when you reach rank 5, there is some kind of significant reveal going on. And this time,
Okay. Felt like the fruits and roots were telling me you were doing just fine.
Did anybody else catch like some kind of? Yes, I will be talking, Meliodas. I will talk about Baro too. Actually, I'm actually working on a video for Baro because I think we have enough to go off of. I'm just waiting for the whole month to be over to see, because like the first week Baro came, he had specific voice lines, right? This week, he has new voice lines. They're different from last week's. So I'm guessing that DE is going to release just a little bit of the Dark Baro story with each week that he shows up. But, I mean, Baro's got a much deeper history in Warframe. Not just selling us artifacts from the Void, but, with the Inara story and everything else like that. So it'd be kind of a nice thing to just go over the full Baro Katir thing and explain kind of, what's going on with him as well. So, yeah, so that's another thing. Yareli and Nokko are not brother and sister, like in the blood sense. They are brother and sister in a vibe sense, according to Rebecca herself. She specifically pointed out, she said they are not brother and sister in a like a blood relation. They're more like brothers and sisters from another mothers and fathers, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Like that deep, that kind of deep bond. Yeah, see, I was wondering, like, that was the one thing that really bothered, like, it actually kind of bothered me. I'm not gonna lie, because, look, I'm not a partner at DE, right? So I don't get all the stuff. So I had to grind all this stuff in, like, my whole thing for like an entire weekend. And I'm talking like I was in the Undermind a lot to get to rank 5 as quick as possible. And then I got there and it was like, oh, well, there's nothing really there.
It's all good.
So I'm just gonna see if we can get a couple of his Nokko lines.
That all? Huh, look who it is. Lovely to see you back, little one.
And I think, so we're gonna go into the Prince story right now. At first, there was some dialogue within the Prince story that I thought was leading to one thing, but now I kind of think it's leading toward another. But we'll see what you all think in the end. So, first we're going to walk down the purple stem path. Smoke if you got it. This is the time. I am not. No. So, with that in mind, that's what I'm saying. Like, I had to go and the grind was severe.
That trash, mate. Corporate just wants a little fungal remediation is all. Get in, get out, get paid. Easy credits.
So, Nightcap is essentially set down here by Corpus leadership to just get rid of some of this stuff. No big deal. Easy time. Commissioned. This was before he had any kind of tie to the area. You know, it's typical Corpus thing, if you will, right? Oh, I mean, if they would reach out to become a partner, I would definitely do it. I just have to, to be honest with you, I think it would have to go more in line with, I'd have to post more, which is something that I'm going to be doing. We'll have one more video out before the end of the month, so there'll be 4 videos this month that I've put out, and I'm going to try to go for even more next month, because I have a bunch of stuff written down. I hope you enjoy it. But let's move on with the story here. I do like the shrubbery. I can't make it put some of it in there. I gotta play this for fun versus for just the lore, you know? So again, my man comes down here.
Something messing with our gear. Sure you ain't been snacking on these mushrooms, mate?
So as I interpret it, this is the beginning of little Nokko, right? And I'm guessing, I don't think that they actually have insinuated this in any way, but I do think that you could make the argument that because of the way that this was done in how the story is, you're looking at essentially Kid Nokko right now. Hey, Austin, hello. Incap Gamer, Fear the Smile. Who all did I miss? Usarius, Log Vaughn, Ben Gale, Hutchins Sonomaya. Who all did I miss? Did I miss anybody else? Chemo, hello. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you. Keep going with the story.
Job sure would be easier if these mushrooms weren't so mucking pretty to look at.
So now, essentially, what's going on here is Nightcap and his boys, right? They are setting fire to the area. That's what's going on right now. No big deal. They're doing their job. And I'm kind of saying it as the story goes because they don't give a lot in this story. So you really do have to kind of fill in the blanks here. Also, one more thing to keep in mind and to look out for throughout all of these. The coloring. The coloring is actually very important. And I'm guessing many of you probably look at this and already see a familiarity that you're used to with something else. And I think we're going to find here in a second that there is a connection. Frank! Mildly stings. Hello. See the Bernie?
Watch the spores! Get back to the airlock, you muggers! Run!
What the hell is that?
Okay. So, because of the fire, now the spores have come loose. And I would assume that all of them are starting to breathe in. And the hallucinogenics, if you will. And now they're beginning to have a deeper appreciation for the area. Actually, this just reminds me so much. I think I said it before, but if you've ever seen the trip portion of Tenacious D in The Pick of Destiny, whenever he is on the road, Kyle is trying to play at the other the party for the girls, and they've kind of split up, you know. And this is when JB is on his own and he eats these mushrooms, and then he goes on a trip. I swear, if you watch that, this will feel very familiar. Ben Gale, yes, but you're gonna find that the fungi is something that you probably already know of. In fact, I made mention of this in the last stream. We'll see how long we go here. I might actually play that too to kind of give the
For
reference.
soul's sake! Who let a mucking kids out here? Hey! Get back here! Stop mucking about with our gear!
So, Austin, what you have to do is there's a little section right next to Nightcap. Here, I'll show you here in a second. So this portion here.
Learn anything? Or is that all nonsense?
No, I learned some stuff. And I already know about you. You're kind of creepy in your own right. Okay, so you have to get, what is it?
Nokko.
You have to get...
Alive and well.
What's this
Here to
stuff?
mess with corporate for old
Fergalite.
time's sake?
Yes. And you have
see
to
Nokko
feed
out
the
there.
Fergalite to
Give me
the
best.
prince. And whenever you give the prince enough of the Fergalite, you will uncover the 3 paths. So we just did the purple path. Okay. We did purple path. We're going to do the next one. So here's what you're gonna come to find. Don't quote me on this because this is still speculation. As we understand, right, Warframes just don't come from anything aside from what we believe about Nidus. But at the same time, the concept still remains that Nidus is infested, right? So the same thing that all Warframes are made out of is what Nidus is. That's along with every other Warframe that we know of, unless DE's changing something. This is important. But if they aren't, what this means is, and there is a little clue, there is a tiniest clue that they give. What this means is, at some point, tech rot made its way from Earth to Venus. And you would ask, well, how is that possible? You know, what would have done it? I mean, aside from there could have been multiple different reasons. They give just the littlest clue in the field guide. So I will get into that in a second. Yeah, I mean, Nidus, again, as I understand it,
Little mucker! You dumped me mark on accelerant! Smart little mucker.
it's getting high. That's what it is. Starting to feel it. Starting to feel the trip take over. That's why he wasn't really too concerned about the accelerant, right? Screw it. Remember when like I said, go back to Tenacious D. JB was on the journey to the Rock and Roll History Museum to get the Pick of Destiny. He takes the mushrooms. He doesn't care anymore. He's going on. He's taking a trip down a rainbow stream with Bigfoot, and then they're flying together. That's what the mushrooms do. Just saying. Temple too, all of them. So the mushrooms, and if you look too, keep in mind, the mushroom area looks very much like the Techrot. Furthermore, it uses the same color scheme. I wonder what he's pointing at. Something I didn't notice the first time. It would be crazy if, like, the man on the wall was right here or some shit. Can you fall off? I don't know. Let's keep going with the story.
No corporate. No co. Nokko, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Drugs.
I'm gonna call you
Oh,
Nokko.
no. Now, what's curious about it is, I don't know if, because, the only reason why I say this is because I don't think, if I saw this, right? If I saw this wouldn't, to me, look like a child, okay? Maybe I'm off on that. You tell me, but if you saw that, would you mistake Nokko's full Warframe version, right, as a child? I personally would not. There you go, Austin. Yep, there it is. And that's where the connection lies. Oh yeah, the no-no-nos. That's another connection, though, that adds to
All this fungi, eh? I swear it's filtering the waste from the towers. You take the fungi away and Venus goes all fire and brimstone.
So what now this is one part of the story I can't 100% say is accurate or not, but follow me and just tell me if you think I'm off on this. I don't understand completely if Nokko knew that the waste that was being filtered from, you know, the Fortuna and whatnot, and the Orb Vallis was being, like, filtered down here, and Nokko came to tell any member of the corpus. Really, it just happened to be Nightcap, but any member, like, hey, you know, if you guys keep doing this, like, everything's gonna get screwed up. That's the impression that I get. That's kind of the reason why this whole thing occurred in the first place. Why this update even happened is because originally the Corpus were just doing Corpus things that, you know, they pretty much are just like the Orkin in that regard. Like, they do what they want to do, and that's how it works. And they were down here just doing shit, and the land, if you will, created an avatar in order to defend and or at least, if nothing else, try to convey the danger that the Corpus were engaging in. But what we will learn here is that regardless why it occurred, Nightcap is starting to feel changes. Changes. It's like the thinking mushroom man. The Vomval trumpet, that one is a huge,
It has come
huge
to my attention that some
clue.
Solaris are refusing work orders in the deep mines. Such insubordination will be dealt with swiftly.
No, Mr. Anyo, sir. Will not comply. I'm shutting down the elevator. Nothing more goes up, nothing more comes down.
Yeah, Nightcap's, he's in. That when the spores hit him in part 1, that was it. There's nothing else after that. Like,
So, learn anything? Or is that all nonsense?
but I would say there is an aspect to it that is very much like the movie Avatar, in that a Corpus was kind of shown what's going on with the environment and how things that they are doing are infecting the entire area and will bring ruin to everything, right? And because of that, they were able to, through a very unique way, mind you, give a person who typically, let's think about it, with especially with a Fortuna, like a Solaris worker, if they don't do what they're told, they lose parts and they may never see them again. Like, they have to buy these things back. So deciding not to do something as a Corpus underling has some very significant consequences to it. You don't know what you're going to lose. You could lose a leg, you could lose an arm, you could lose your head. You don't know. So the idea that a Corpus representative is being turned to the level that Nightcap is substantial. Because even in like a concept like that you would see with, say, Viso from the New War, Viso is still largely acting on the best interests of his people, the Corpus, not necessarily for the greater good against what he considered, you know, the threat, the sentience, but rather it was more for his people. And I think you could make that same argument with Call 175, that he essentially made all the sacrifices that were made by those people were made for their own people. This situation is different in that Nightcap is actively going against, and this would have been, if you think about it, this is probably years, could have been, you know, years before. How long has this been down here? I'm not really sure. Actually, no. In order to be a Warframe, you don't have to have a transference bolt, as there are a couple Warframes that seem to be outside of Vallis's influence. Okay? Ones I would say specifically would be ones like Dante, Nidus probably, most likely. I do think that there are some the ones that Entrati had something to do with, especially like I said, Dante in particular, because we actually have information around Dante and kind of how he was allowed to, you know, work with, be like a normal person. You know, he's one of the few Warframes that, even though his voice was taken, apparently, well, I guess, I guess I can't say 100% that he didn't have a transference bolt. But then, I guess what I'm saying is I don't necessarily know that the transference bolt is necessary for Warframe. It might have been just necessary for Umbra. So I just don't want to say either way on that one. Okay, let's go to the last path. So we get the story so far. I mean, it's not some, yeah, Zaku. Zaku's another one. Zaku definitely didn't have
it. You ain't some leftover freak that some Oregon mucker made in the lab. Don't know how or why, but somewhere along the line, you became the roots and fruits.
Austin, we're gonna we're gonna have to talk off stream because I want to put together a video. I really do think that's a good video for people to see, even though it does reveal a lot of like underneath. So we'll have to talk about how I can incorporate what you've taken and give you the proper credit for it and make it an interesting, because there's just so much stuff there. The one thing that you uncovered is it's so groundbreaking. I feel bad for anybody that wasn't at that stream because they missed something that nobody knows. But like I said, we'll talk about it after the fact, at some point, and we'll kind of go over the details of how I can incorporate that, and I can give you proper credit, and we can let everybody see what you've uncovered, because it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm actually playing on console. I'm on Xbox. Okay, so essentially you guys are getting the point here that when he says that Nokko has become the roots and fruits, it's very similar to how Sylvania has become the Silver Grove. Remember that? The only difference is that a human's consciousness was transferred into the area, if you will, versus it being this kind of like consciousness from itself. And like I said before, if you take into consideration the idea of the helmet and what's been, derived here recently through Whispers to the Walls and through the Hex Quest and through the kinematic messaging system, you can see that Helminth does or has the ability to have some level of its own free will. So with that in mind, one could assume that perhaps it could, in this situation, create a frame. That's the only way I can really describe it at this point, because it just seems like from the way that the story tells Nokko's kind of inception here, Vallis doesn't seem to be anywhere near this entire process anywhere. Of course, DE could always come out with something tomorrow and say, "Oh yeah, no, he was right there." But for the moment, just saying. So you can see that the roots and fruits are now starting to grow on our dear Nightcap here, right? Now, when I said, I guess I didn't say it, but the title of today's stream is All Is One. And I think it's an interesting concept because Warframe has used it very frequently. You can think of it in regards to what, in correlation to what Albert has said. You know, we end as we begin, kind of the same type of situation. You can look at it from the perspective of the helmet, that there is the hive mind aspect. All is one there. Even the way that the Orkin speak and how Narmer and how, you know, I'm sure aspects of the Orkin society claimed that everybody had to, you know, all is one, and, you know, we are one, and this major thing of like unity is a thread that ties throughout Warframe consistently. And I think we're seeing it here too again. We'll see in a second. How about that right now, Austin? I turned the thing down. This music just, it goes up and goes down.
They're coming.
So the Corpus is sent down there, you know, warriors. Shooting through the roots and fruits.
I'm blowing the mine shaft. No more coming in, no more getting out. Just you and me now, kid.
So, Neff comes down, brings his group of people in order to take care of the Solaris that have, you know, foiled his plans. Nightcap, now having a kindred connection here with the land and with Nokko, decides to blow that shaft, the reason why we've never seen it up until now. That way, keeping everybody out of this area for, you know, for the foreseeable future, I guess. However, if you want to consider it a miracle, they don't come without sacrifice in this game. Now you can see that Nightcap, essentially trapped down here with the shaft blown, there's absolutely no possibility of him getting back up. One of the things we also don't know is, at least at this point, when he blew the shaft, how far away was he? I'm getting to that. Oh, the infested, yeah, being some kind of you know, derived originally from some fungus. Yeah, without question. That it would be a perfect way for the infestation to have, you know, originally been developed. Which is something Warframe's never really got into.
Okay, Nokko. Your garden is safe.
See, he seems all right there, but you can also see that his clothing and whatnot is all, it's kind of like messed up from the front, so I don't know if that's supposed to be a product of the explosion.
It's getting dark, Nokko. I don't think
could help you much longer.
Now, I don't know if he, like I said, they don't really say. If he died from if he's died from the explosion, if he died from a gunshot wound, if he died from just the fungal and like the spores taking over. Do they actually say that? I'm trying to think if they said anything in this last line here. See, I don't. English Aaron, I don't. Could he have climbed back up? If that was the case, then how could the corpus not have gotten back down? Don't you think that he like literally blew up the shaft completely?
Okay.
Isn't this kind of it right there?
You're trying to tell me that I, good old Nightcap, died down here ages ago? You better be careful. The Prince can play tricks on you. He's a funny fella, just like Nokko. But you gotta keep your head on straight. Trust me, you ain't careful, this place will turn you all sorts of funny.
So, let me ask you something. Can you think of another place in the game that the vendors didn't know they were dead until after? Oh, yeah.
Ah, Nokko, alive and well. Here to mess with corporate for old time's sake?
So, within the field guide, then you get to see some little additional clues on stuff, you know, the dull button on the removable bloke. It won't hurt anybody. It won't actually do much of anything. You see some of this while walking the caves, you might as well pluck a few. Then you can add 3 handfuls of dull button to a pot of water. Boil for 6 hours, add salt, serve in the bootleg nutrient
Talking
canister of your
mushrooms.
choice.
Well, yeah, sorta.
I am. I was trying to explain to
Don't
everybody.
talk to me like, oi mate, let's grab a drinky. I still got my marbles. But if you look and listen close, they got something to say. And I can hear it.
Hey, Joe, hello. Good to see you back in the group again. I didn't even take your name off of the last video because I knew you'd be back. So, thank you, though. I very much appreciate you rejoining the group. So, as you come through, like I said, you see these different things with
Taught
little
myself how to
little
draw
bits
making
of
this guide. Got pretty good if I do say so myself.
more so nothing else, just little stories, right? But there are a few of them that have some meaning to them. So the first and the one everybody wants me to go to is the no. When you pick up the no, the man on the wall laughs. And Nightcap says in this one, I do not like this one. I do not know why. But every time I see
When I
it,
first got sent down here, corporate told me the fungal colony was some Oregon mess. Escaped from the lab and all that.
see that?
I
That's
don't know.
that's a significant line
I
right
feel
there.
older than that.
I say the same thing, no. I have noticed that enemies afflicted with the no seem to have the unfortunate luck of attracting way more stray ordnance. If you find this one, it will be in a nutrient processing. I recommend you turn the other way. It's like this root has tapped into something I have no business understanding. Now, instead of me studying it, it is studying
Roots,
me.
Roots?
I'm the specimen. I don't like
Don't
it.
hear them in your head too, do you? Oh, just checking.
Yeah, this one does actually have some Uriel looking. If you need a close shave, then Devil's Cap is your mate. Slap this on your weapons, and your enemies better have a tourniquet on hand. Keep a lookout for Devil's Cap in the labs. Its roots can survive in the most shallow substrate, while its fruit can slice through just about anything to bloom in the most surprising places. Norgi Three Fingers was the first mucker I knew to try to pick a Devil's Cap.
You got
Need
your
I say
fruits
more?
above ground, and your roots below ground.
Now,
Fruits is the pretty part. The roots, though, that's where the magic is.
Now, the one that I wanted to talk about, though, and I think is the clue that gives us our movement from Earth to Venus, right? Now, remember, Nokko Nightcap just said, you're trying to
Each
tell me.
species is like a person. It's up to you to come to know them all.
Be
Take
quiet
care.
for just 2 seconds, man. You're trying to tell me that I died down there all those ages ago. So, what we can surmise from that is what happened there apparently happened ages ago. Ages, I'm guessing, probably isn't something like a couple years. Rather, it's probably, a long time. Especially because essentially it's been closed off for this long, and he's still sitting down here just fine. So, what that means is all the stuff in the Undermind has been there for a very long time, right? Yeah, seriously, dude, Nightcap, just be quiet. Okay.
Huh,
Then
look
we
who
get,
it is.
yeah, it's me again.
Lovely
I
to see you
know.
back, little one.
So then we get to what's known as the Vomble Trumpet, a relic from the Old War, naturalized in the deep mines. On your weapons, this one will make your enemies vulnerable to all sorts of attacks. You'll find this in the labs. It seems to be drawn to some of the more curious specimens in there, the ones from
Some
outside
say
the
some of more
origin system.
peculiar-looking fruits can widen
Fancy
your
a
thinker.
trip?
Don't work nothing for me, but if it works for you, a bit of advice. You make your mind go wide? Be wary of who you let put ideas in it. A
Really?
wide mind is a trusting mind, and not all muckers can be trusted.
Well, that is true. Fancy a trip to the plains of Eidolon, but can't afford the ticket? Then the Vomble Trumpet is the next closest thing. How or why they became part of the ecosystem down here, I haven't quite figured it out yet. To me, what that says is now you have your throughway from Earth, where the tech rot would have been, and
Some
where we're
say
seeing
some
it
of the more
come.
Peculiar-looking fruits can widen your thinker. Right then.
He's killing me. So there is where you can have, if something came already from from the old war, from Earth, means other things could have been. Not to mention the fact that they even talk about the fungus down in the Vallis is supposedly Orcan experimentation gone wrong. I think it's pretty old. Oh yeah, Neff is very old. All the corpus are. I mean, not only do they have the benefit of being themselves very robotic in nature. I mean, they've replaced a lot of what they are, through different things. I mean, look at the Solarans for God's sakes. They're basically mostly robot. They have their head and their chest and all kinds of stuff. So if you take into consideration, wow, that is a good looking frame right there. Look at that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sorry. Lost my train of thought on that one. That's a good one. take into consideration the Orokin's ability to heal outside of living, through continuity and whatnot. Add into the fact that, especially those on the Corpus board, are pretty much, I mean, they look like walking computers. You know what I'm saying? A little distracted. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, that would mean, yeah, Neff's probably extremely old. Yeah, well, this one in particular, I'm a fan of green too, so that one's looking especially nice for the old boy.
Fine down here until Neff and his merc showed up.
So,
Cleaning up. That's what the roots and fruits do. Get rid of them.
so you can see though,
This place turns upside down.
and I do think it was, Ejal who said earlier that what if the infestation is just like a modified fungus? Like, what if the fungus was the basis for what the Orokin then created? I mean, it would make all kinds of sense if that's where the story's going. So, let me go. Oh yeah, that one's pretty cool. Oh, thanks, Septipos. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We're gonna go in now and
Okay.
go up for and talk about some of the things that are actually discussed while you're in the mines, because there's some other little things going on. Highlander Hipster, hello. Let me make sure I got something that's not going to embarrass me whenever I go into. Let's put on the crutch.
Okay. Felt like the
Actually,
fruits
we'll
and
go
roots
through
were
and
telling
do
me you
all
were
of
doing
them real
just
quick.
fine.
Because each one has its own little mini story, I guess you could call it.
Neff's always been messing with people. But in my estimation, people got it coming. The Vallis' creatures, on the other hand, they don't deserve his ire. We're going to cut him a break.
I'm not saying that I was disappointed by this update, because the disappointment was not the word that I would want to use here. I just wish there was a little bit more, because there's some really interesting things that are postulated during these Johnson to the Undermind, and with the teacher quest, and with the Baro thing. And it's like we're getting some morsels, but I would like a little bit more. Like, I'm still hungry. Give me. It's like okay. What else? I'm still hungry. I can play with chat if you all want to. You want to come in? Certainly. Absolutely. Let me go in this first time here, Lynn, and then just to kind of talk about some stuff, and then we'll take whoever wants to come in and join, do a couple runs with me. I'd be happy to have you.
Hello, Genetics Research Division. How are my chimeras coming along? My zoo is waiting. I want my vermincodon.
A what? We got to get those critters out of there before Neff's mad scientists sew them together. But first, I need you to do something for me.
So I think one of the cool things that's being introduced here is, for the first time, if you really think about it, if we're going to take into consideration, if we're going to accept that Nightcap is kind of almost being puppeted in a way by the mushrooms, by the area, if you will, we may be having our first interaction with it in the way of like it trying to protect its home through an avatar speaking to us. Yeah, let me get the first one through, and then after that,
Neff's got a new boss man working
I'll make it
Hand
so that
picked to
everybody
wipe
can
out
join
the
in.
roots and fruits. And they will, unless you get to him first. Boss man's hiding in his office. Take out some mercs. Make him pop out to see why they're not making quota.
So fun. This is like one of the funnest. It's just like an odd skills or like ability set, but I do dig it. I'm not gonna lie. I guess DE really does have to start kind of like trying to come up with some things that maybe are more off the wall.
Bigwig finally decided to show their face. Take him out.
Dude, what keeps doing that? Something is like smacking me around there. I can't figure out what it is. It's like I'm getting shot from something. I can't tell.
All the roots and fruits ever wanted was abundance. Too bad for that mucker, he never learned to share. You chose a dull button. They'll have a flavour.
Oh, that's absolutely what it is. Just so you know, that is an undeniable reference to the Man on the Wall. Whenever they're saying about be careful about who you allow to put things into your mind, without question.
Let me guess.
Hopefully, we'll get a no.
Send reinforcements.
I'll try to get through this one like super fast so we can get other people in. We can also talk about the finger wall too, if you want, because I think it definitely has a bit more meaning now. Do you know what I'm talking about with the finger wall? Here it is. You got the severed hand with Entradi's eye right there. You got little fingerprints. And if you didn't think that was the case, then you look up here and you see, there it is, the finger wall. But there's a crack in the finger wall. Why this is here like this, I have no clue. Well, I mean, I can tell you unequivocally that the Lotus has already essentially come out and said that the Man on the Wall is pushing on her to give the operator back. I mean, she flat out told us that.
File ain't the sharpest, but keeping supplies unguarded. Teach them to take better care of their things. Looks like the mercs are onto us.
Mm-hmm. How about a no?
I'm an all mate. See if you can make the next job look that easy.
No, Bomble Trumpet.
Bomble trumpet, eh? Don't believe everything you see.
Yeah, so a lot of hallucination going on. Is the prince a friend or an enemy? I'll ask you this question.
Look at these taxmen.
In return,
Look at their drones floating around. Bring that thing.
do you consider, like, say, do you consider Lizzie a friend or an enemy?
buzzer's down, those shrooms will get to work tinkering with its ticker. Do me a favour and keep it safe. Ah, guts. Taxman incoming. Keep that buzzer safe. Shrooms are done with the drone. Couldn't see a lick of paint out of place on it either. Well done.
Okay. I would put the Undermind in pretty much the same boat as Lizzie.
This one.
You know how, like, in the
does.
beginning, it wasn't
This
100%
poison water's
certain
making the Sprodlings sick.
that, like, Lizzie
Need to
was
find
what
them
you
and
would
get them
consider to
jumping
be an ally. In fact, like, she can, like, openly threaten you.
Off they go.
I'm a big fan of the music of this particular update. I'm not going to lie to you.
You're quicker than you look, mate. Sprodlings would hate to play you in hide and seek. That's for sure. Turns out, Neff's bloody science
What,
lab is a back door into the deep mines. Doing all sorts of nasty experiments on the Vallis animals up there. Think you could sneak in there and put a stop to all that?
Has anybody used Nokko enough to recommend a subsume, or is
Neff's
he
captured
is
some
he good
Vallis
enough on his
animals.
own?
Some nonsense about a zoo for his new palace. Get him out and escort the beasties to safety.
Oh yeah, Lizzie's super cosmic core. Especially if you piss her off. For those that have experienced Lizzie Mad, you know what I'm talking about. She don't play. You know, she doesn't play. That's what you need to know about Lizzie.
He would.
If you're not a friend to her, she's not going to be a friend to
Need
you.
zoo when you got the wonders of the deep mines.
Roar over mini me? Okay. I'm a big fan of Roar anyhow, so that's my bread and butter. I think I may have been asking chat really, what ability should I overtake for Roar? Like, which one should I replace it? It's hard to beat just straight faction damage. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and it doesn't matter what faction. It's just hard to beat that. I'm not saying, obviously other Warframes, work and whatnot, but no. Oh, really? I did play the Nej's Laverian. I wonder.
I'm always here if you need me.
All right. Anybody that wants to join up, join on up. Evade plus Arcane Crepuscular is pretty good for him, as long as you hit those headshots. Okay. So, now, Floppy, you were talking about Nej's Laverian. Like, are we taking into... Oh, you know about the finger wall? I'm very curious to hear about that one, too. Nej's Laverian, I think, can be taken two different ways. What are you eating? They could laugh on you or with you. Oh, I love it. I think that it's one of those stories that when we originally got it, it didn't have nearly the context to understand it. But now there's actually a bunch of that stuff now. Like you can go back to a bunch of different quests, play them, and you're like, oh, that's what they were talking about. Oh, that's what they mean. Okay. I see that now. No star with augment and arcane hotshot over 3. You're eating some fungus. Nice. I got 2 spots left. Anybody else want to join?
Doesn't take much, you know. Little food, little water. Roots and fruits want to grow. It's what they do.
Huh, look who it is. Lovely to see you back, little one.
Yeah, I've got a bit of work for you. Head down to the deep mines. Corporate's new manager. Don't like him. Don't like what he's up to in the garden. You take care of him for me?
This place stinks. Oh, filth grows everywhere. Oh, Commander, kill it all.
Seems the taxmen left their supplies out without a lick of cover. Must be their offering for the communal shed. How nice of them. Should have known it was too good to be true. Taxmen incoming. Huh. The name should tell you everything you need to know. Reeking Puffball. Huh. Done already? Did the mercs even know you were there?
Ah, crap. I think I may have had the mute on there. I apologize. So, does anybody understand exactly what the no does? It says that it adds additional ordnance, like fire, to you, but I still haven't like really understood exactly what that means. Like, that you just get shot at more? Is that what that means? Or is it like, is there something specific type of damage that you're taking? Let's see, usually helmet. Oh, so I saw that question a little bit earlier about the whole helmet thing, and with Lily or with Lizzie. I don't. It seems like there are multiple hive minds within the infestation. I don't know that they communicate or not. It's just, you could speculate one way or another for certain, but there isn't anything definitive, because it does seem like in many ways they act for lack of a better term, like they I don't know. I'd say either way, you can see them act, and with that in mind, it's tough to say for certain. And because people so frequently ask me for a definitive opinion, I don't want to give it. Because it's just never. Because that's another thing that the old piece, man. I feel like a lot of the things that I have speculated on or even definitively said are going to be kind of challenged now. Like, there's a bunch of different things. If in fact the way that the old piece is going is that, and I would say from the teacher quest, they kind of laid the groundwork. Gives your primary weapon void elemental. That's it. Okay. I didn't understand the little tooltip on it then about the ordnance thing.
One half gone, one half to go.
Austin, I knew that when I saw that, I even sent a text or a thing over Twitter about that, the whole finger wall. Like, it just seemed very, how can I put this best? It kind of tied in so many concepts, right? So you have,
cleared them out without him getting so much as a foothold.
We kind of have this like idea that Parvos Granum may have had some kind of connection to the void, right? Like that's the thing that came from
could be useful for us.
Dante Unbound. That was a big deal there.
Roots and fruits have
and then
make sure nothing happens to our new buzzer. Should have known those muckers wouldn't let us go without a fight. Keep him off the drive.
So that was the first thing. And I think that was like maybe the first thing was actually that he had a severed hand that just seemed like in line with a lot of the people who gained power from the void. Just seemed to have, for some reason, had to give up some portion of their physical body in order to do it. So that was like the first thing. And then, like I said, then Dante Unbound comes, and it kind of really adds to the possibility of, okay, what is this? What is this? And then you go back and you start looking into the idea of how Parvos even began in the whole thing, and the idea of him talking about
taxman just
this
arrested a
voice
topside worker
that
for
he
debt crimes. Let's
just
cut that chap a break
intrinsically
and set him free.
understood. And then, you know, the context of different of voices and such being so prevalent, then started adding additional context to Parvus. Oh, okay. What is he talking about here? Is he saying what we think he's saying? Or is he saying, you know, that that's not necessarily a void thing, and it's just more of like a voice. And they keep adding these little bits and pieces, and the fact that finger wall has a severed hand on it with Entrati's eye in the center of it,
Marked him for you.
and then it's got little fingerprints on it. To me, I saw that, I'm like, this, especially being in
We got a arachnoid.
or under Fortuna,
part of the circle,
on
but it's
Venus,
nothing but
under a
nuts and
Corpus
bolts.
thing.
Stomp that faker.
This cannot
Arachnoid
be
skulking somewhere
a
close.
reference to anything else other than Parvus Granum. And then when you looked above and you saw the old, you know, the whole finger wall, I don't know. Austin, you basically confirming that, you know,
Take
it just makes it that much more, you know, of a huge clue as to what's going on in here. You know, we have the no. We have, you know, the fact that they in Warframe apparently was able to be, or at least something close to it, was able to
You can't
be
even conquer a hole in the ground.
created here, potentially even
What am I paying you
maybe
for?
on its own, or potentially through something that the Orkin themselves did. Let's just grab some of these mushrooms real quick. It was only a matter of time before we found out that or I should say that we do find out that Parvus is going to be canonically touched by the void in some way. Oh, that was the one always back here. Great. I don't, Andrea, I don't know that because I don't know exactly. So we just need more from the story yet in regards to the whole Parvos and his ability to speak Void Tongue. Like, can he just speak all Void Tongue? Is Void Tongue desire? I think that's the assumption, but I don't necessarily think that is what I would call, you know, an ironclad
believe it.
canonical
No,
thing yet.
What brings you into the airlock? You gonna be my gardener today?
So
That all?
him being able to speak whenever Dante speaks about him, you know, understanding that, it could be that Parvos like understands everything in Void Tongue completely, all the Void Tongue. Or it could also be that he, like Albrecht, understands aspects of Void Tongue. And that's what Drusus had heard him speaking. You know, not necessarily talking in fluent, you know, this, that, you know, that, at least that's the thought. Well, Venus is the most Orcan we see outside of the Void and Lua, right? And try to having some fun. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, they've already said that the Orcan are here. That was essentially what was said in the last, was the last mission or the one before it, where that what they're finding down here is aspects of Orcan things made in labs and whatnot, like kind of went nuts. Does anybody else want to join for another run? Yeah, but see, I need to see this. That is Jade Shadow. This is Creepy Lotus in the Hex. Okay, so awesome. Where, Because I was actually thinking about playing the Hex Quest after this, because that had the connection here. Where exactly does this part show up in the Hex Quest, or like where's it supposed to be? Because that's pretty. These are, like I said, these are two huge things, but at the same time, I want to make sure before I say anything that I know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. Protea is codename for prototyme. Alternate. Hmm. Huh, I wonder if there's something to that. Hey, Matthew, how are you? Well, I think so. What we got from. What are you looking at? So, what we got from.
Can't let invasive pests into your garden. Because your garden, it ain't got no line of defense against them. Except you.
If you played through, or I guess if you took part in the Warframe ARG last year before the Hex Quest, and this is, and really, if you think about it, throughout the Hex Quest and literally everything in game, there isn't anything that specifically tells you this. But when you see the Orican Eye, that is predominantly the man in the wall, not Albert and Trotty. Even though within the game that's played, that you actually play, it's portrayed as the eye is supposed to be something of Entrati's design. But the ARG says differently. Basically says it's, what are you looking at, Revenant? That it's a product of the void, or at least it was once Entrati's, but now has been corrupted by the void. All right, we're going for the big one. Okay, this is pretty no fingers. It's around.
Not all invasive weeds are plants. Some
So
got
is this
legs,
like
guns, and ranks need to be pulled all the same.
Rel stalking you in the dark? You have to really look for him to catch his white eyes. He despawns when you look. Okay. We're gonna have to play this. Hello, Danny. See the universe around me, and I shall create my own. All right, yeah, we're gonna have to play this. So we're gonna do this last one here, and then we just got some stuff here that we will tie it into the Vallis Undermind as well. I promise. But let's do this bounty. Yeah, that's some craziness right there. I mean, the thing is, I hate to say it, but based upon what was said by the Lotus in Lotus Eaters, she kind of already is beholden to the man in the wall, if nothing else. I mean, that is 100% who we missing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said any of the things that she claimed, like during that whole thing, especially with like the great indifference, like why the fact that she would even give it that modifier, if you will, that oh my, well hello, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Who we missing? So what we'll do is, like I said, we are going to run this one, and then we will. I'm gonna. No, no, no. I mean, I'm just waiting for whoever is still in the group to come up to the area so we can go in. But after this, we're gonna do the hex quest again, and there's going to be some little things that we're going to add in that I promise you have you've never seen. Oh man, this is good stuff. You think it's glitched? Oh really? Hold on, hold on. No, it looks like it's the mission glitched out. Hold on.
The longer I'm down here, the less I want to go back up. Be careful out there.
Who all was in there? Who else was in there? I can't remember who all was in. English Aaron, you're this person, correct? I hate that they changed the things here that so everybody's names in the
You want to talk gardening?
the YouTube chat are all different. Sucks. I really
Come to
don't.
the right place, mate. If you see Nokko out there, give me best.
Why
Got
yes.
a pest needs dealing with. And by pest, I mean middle management.
There we go.
Coming down here doing corporate's dirty work. Not the kind of bottom feeder I appreciate.
Resent.
What is going on down here? Where is my palace? You haven't even broken ground yet! It's time for a shake-up. Meet the new boss.
Oh man.
Nokko's little sprotling's helping keeping me garden
Austin,
safe.
you're sharing with
But
me
Neff's
some
poison has been
things that are
taking its
just
toll.
these are just
Find
incredible
those togs
things.
and nurse him back to health.
It was our names before.
Happy? Now get
Wait,
back
did
to
I
going.
miss? Oh, Austin, were you in here? I apologize. I thought it was just. I apologize. We can do one more if you'd like. That's my fault. I don't really know what happened now because I mean we're gonna definitely learn some stuff here, and it's probably not going to be because DE's been really moving towards
Couldn't even blink before you healed them all.
like really moving towards trying to portray the operators as not necessarily the greatest like beings, if you will, and that now we're like getting to the point where we're starting to have to take
Taxmen are
accountability,
getting too comfortable around
even
these
though
parts.
it was like something that we didn't even, really know much about. The fact remains that we did it, and so now we're gonna have to, come to terms with those decisions, whether we want to or not. Ooh. Uh-oh. Nice, nice.
You're about halfway there. Keep knocking him down.
All
Clear
right.
them out right quick. Mercs will think twice before they come round these parts again.
I gotta get some of these mushrooms. I missed a bunch of them.
Taxmen keeping their supplies out in the open. They should be more careful. Someone might take them. Right?
I don't know. I have to admit the design of Nokko is oddly endearing. Just the goofiness.
Guts. Counted our bulleralis before they
I guess
hatched.
I'll help out.
Corporate inbound.
Instead of just being the wheel who does nothing. Or I could just
That
kept
was
going.
very fast.
That was very fast. I agree with you.
You ate
Iron
mine.
wood.
looks like. Watch out. That corporate's got mercs converging nearby.
Am I
Get in there and
solo?
stand your
No,
ground
I
until they
have
start coming.
there's other people here with me. Playing.
More sits on the way, and they don't seem pleased.
Do me a favor, chat. Let me know who all wants to get in for another round of this, because then we can. If I missed, I don't know how many people I missed on the last round. We can do one more, and then I'll run through that hex quest, because I really did want to show that off here real quick.
Half of them down. Fruits and roots are feeling better already.
I will say, I think they hit it out of the park with the music again. Not only being enjoyable to listen to and on point with the theme, but just very whimsical, but yet having that same kind of like odd, uneasy feeling of like how the different aspects of the void seem to keep, sorry, didn't mean to shoot you.
Almost there. Finish him off.
What are you doing in there, Torment? Take that, sure. Like I said, it's just not only is it good, it's very fitting. That's I think what I enjoy about
Let's see if you can hit the next job just as
Warframe's
fast.
music, maybe more
One
than
more job for you
anything
today,
else, is that
and
they're
it's a
able to
big one.
just
Corpus boss man's been
they're
giving
able to
the roots and
vary
fruits no end of trouble.
the
Find
type
it
of music
and
that they
finish it.
do. By a lot. Like some of these songs, I mean, think of the
New
difference
pest in the
between like
garden.
lamenting the
Nothing
days
invasive arachnoids
and
trampling all the fruits and crushing the roots. Don't need to tell you what needs doing, do I? You know what'll make it
any of
pop its ugly head out?
the tracks
A
from
bunch of dead
essentially
corpus.
from the
Try and
online
see.
boys, like any of them. There's like really no similarities whatsoever, and yet I think it could be stated that
Keep stomping.
both of them absolutely hit the mark, like exactly the way that you would think they should. I mean, I'm here to tell you that, like, the online stuff, you could have put that out. You could have put that out in the 90s and even in the 2000s, and you would have sold
Place looks better already.
tons of
Come on
records,
up.
albums, whatever.
Mess with my operations.
We
Again.
just did.
I dare you.
Good job, team. Good job, team. Alrighty. Okay, so
When corporate doesn't
who did we
listen,
miss
we
in the
make
last
new
run?
time.
2 no-no-nos. So I'm just gonna just read this off because again, I don't want this to go too spoiler yet until we figure out exactly how to portray it. But imagine, if you will, at some point in some quest, the Lotus saying, "I see the universe around me, and I shall create my own. And the choices you have are stop, Lotus, or do nothing." And then there's another one that says, "Close now." Austin, no, I'm sorry, I have not. I know I owe you this. I really do. But you know kind of what was going on. We'll just so you know. Unfortunately, she had to go back in yesterday. So it's been kind of a there's been a lot going on at the Siegel household. How about that? I found that a nuke frame is best for the Undermine missions. Okay, so real quick, does anybody else need to do a run from the Undermine, or can I go do the Hex quest and show you what Austin was kind enough to show me? Speak now or forever hold your peace, your old peace. Okay. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to thank you for your help. And now it's time to do it. I was hoping.
On this cold and lonely eve, spare a thought for tractor jockeys, rail agents, and lone travelers making their way.
Rail agents.
Trying to bring a little
You guys know what that's talking about, right?
one shipment at a time.
The solar rail. I guess we have to go back here. All right, let's get the music. All right. Let's see. So, here we go. I hope you enjoy. You know, I have an hour and a half.
It's December 31st, 1999. Let's say goodbye to the old year with a track you all know and love from global sensation Online.
This first thing always has me question how many times beforehand did this happen? Just because of what Arthur says right here.
Not again.
Not again. How many times has it occurred? The red screen on these is very particular. It only happens every once in a while. Keep that in mind. There's all kinds of little things that I can actually talk about now that I wasn't able to do in the beginning. This is a great quest. So, I know they show it again here, but it's just very interesting that, like, whenever you're fighting the coda, right? This thing that's right in the background is floating out in the middle of space. There can only be a few different ways that could happen, don't you think? Oh, I remember that part. Okay. Actually makes you think. And I would definitely say when you guys are going through the old piece, make sure to search everywhere, especially because there's a good chance that at least right off the bat, you're not going to be. Doesn't that look familiar to anybody else? I know what that's from. If you played the Warframe ARG, you do too. So if you're saying what is it, it has to be huge. That's the stadium. See? Let me get you a better look. So you can see by where's the best view? There you go. You see that up there? See the online? See the online thing right here? Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. That's the top of the stadium. Yep, Temple does somehow get on a comet. It's an interesting thing, don't you think? That, like, aspects of Earth just seem to have blown off. It's not typical.
I'm
Whoa.
on break, Arthur. Don't mess with my game time.
Need my Tommy keys, Amir. I'm not letting another lead on Entrati go to waste.
Oh, that was cheating.
So, one of the things that I also wanted to mention is keep a good close eye on the look of the tech rod, but also the color scheme of the tech rod as we go through, because I think you're going to see a lot of similarities in what we just saw in the Vallis Undermind. I'm trying to read what Austin.
Keys better not
What?
be in that mess.
Learn to hotwire. Jeez.
Oh, I see. That's why okay. This is in regards to just like the reasons why every once in a while you'll see little changes in quests. Uh-huh. Sometimes it's good to do stuff with stealth. Well, I'll tell you something. If you go back and play if you go back and play through all the Warframe quests, you're going to predominantly see that so many things change from the first time you've played it. In fact, if you've done it multiple times, you will see over the course of years that Warframe's quests will change. Little subtle details each time. Things in the background, the way the walls look. Decorations on the walls get added that weren't there in the first place. And you would probably never know it. The only reason why I know it is because I have old footage that I used and then I'm comparing against, and I can see the old stuff and say, wow, this looks completely different from what the new one currently looks like. So as I understand it, Meliodas, the Devil's Stride is supposed to come out alongside the old piece. I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me, but it's supposed to be as I understand it, they're being called Entrati side stories, and this is going to be something that's going to be like a supplemental thing to the old piece. That's what I heard, at least. That's what I think I interpreted, which makes me think that I don't know, like, it makes me think that they're going to release something before Christmas, which is weird because I thought that Tau was supposed to be 2026. So I assumed that Devil's Triad would come early and then we'd get Tau in 2026. But who knows? Maybe it means that we're going to get Tau in like in the middle of December, like how we normally do, and then, or the first week of December, 10th or whatever, and then the old piece will come after that. It's tough to say. Oh, Andreas, yeah, absolutely. There are so many differences in Whispers. I recommend, if you love the lore of the game, definitely go back and play through the quests periodically. It does kind of suck that you don't get like rep or anything. You don't get Nightwave standing for doing anything, just so you know. But a lot of stuff that just gets added, little things.
Did you take my damn keys?
Don't distract me, Boy Scout.
No disrespect, Quincy. Got places to be is all.
Someone is taking my stuff.
Yeah, I definitely think that I love it too because it and like I said, I've known this for a while. If you follow the channel for any bit of time, you know that I have made videos about the distinct, and I'm talking about very distinct visual changes that have occurred in the Era Quest, specifically that little thing. The very first variation of Era insinuates a much different thing than the current version of Era does. Like, much different. They added something very significant from the first time you played it. The problem is that many people will have no reason to go back and play that little thing just to see it. So these stealth ads work.
How's she doing?
If she wasn't your blood, she'd be on her own out there.
Got to lead an Entrati. Sewers. Arse deep in Techron, most likely. I'm going after him. For all our sakes. Letty, look, if you've taken my keys again...
See, notice the Entrati Eye. Now remember what I said earlier about it. But more importantly, it's going off of and telling us that each one of these people were essentially injected with a very specific helminth batch, meaning that by definition, Arthur would not be the first Excalibur. And I would guess through that, you can also assume that Letty is not the first Trinity, Eleanor is not the first Nyx. They have been injected with the Nyx compound, the Nyx helmet, the Trinity. And in fact, it looks like Entrati may have actually dipped his hand into it by coming up with this character. In the same vein, Flare and Temple, you know. No, Nata is older than Era. So it would have been, at least in the way that it was released, because Nata comes out before Second Dream. Oh, there's Rel right there. He's there the whole time. Silent Void. Okay, that sounds pretty good. There he was. So it's kind of interesting because, like, the first time that you do this quest, the chances that you're lucky enough to be walking by here and have Rel call out the rap tap tap thing are so minimal that you would miss this. And I bring this up for this exact reason. When you do the new quests, don't rush through them. Don't rush through them. There's all kinds of little things, and like someone in the chat just said, who said this? In Cap Gamer. At least with newer quests right away, you typically can't replay them. Now I have to admit, DE has been doing a very good job recently of trying to make that not the case anymore. There's only really a few quests in game that you can't redo now. So I do think eventually we will get them all, and most of the quests you can't do are kind of not really super important. I'd say one of the main ones that I would like to be able to redo that isn't even really a quest, but it's really important is the Chimera prologue. I mean, it has huge story implications now, but that's one that you cannot redo.
Hold up! Hero boy. You're going after Dr. E all by yourself.
Or maybe you're gonna bail on us, Arthur. Forget it.
We're in this mess because of you.
I'm coming too!
Really, Andreas? That's actually pretty cool. Maybe after the quest, we'll go take a look at the
Am I
sanctum.
sensing some tension here?
No one's bailing. I got us into this, and if it kills me, I'll get us. Fine. Aoi, Amir, Quincy on backup. Letty, you and Eleanor hold the fort here. Keep the Jennies running.
Now, one of the other things, too, that I can't wait for, okay, that this right here shows off better than anything. If you watched the TennoCon reveal of 1999 in the Hex Quest, this point right here, every character said something specifically different, like completely different. In fact, the vibe of this scene was completely different at TennoCon than what we got in the actual quest. And to me, that says that it's very possible that the things that we saw within the TennoCon reveal for Tau may not necessarily be what we get in the game. So that's something to keep an eye out for. English Aaron, we are still coming to what Austin uncovered. We'll do this kind of interestingly. I'll show you what's going on. I won't leave you hanging on this one because this is very cool. Another thing I want to mention before we go any further here, just remember who's always got their eye on us throughout the entire thing. And it's one of the reasons why I have this inkling that 1999 is more than just a jaunt back into time, because it seems like it's, well, he's everywhere. Also, this is significant because this sits inside the Netracells. And it makes you wonder why. What was so necessary about this particular corkboard? And understand that everything on here, this is an exact replica. I mean, you could say that they're just taking assets from one and putting to another, but DE doesn't typically do that. They don't just add things in for the sake of adding them in, at least from what I've seen. So then you have to ask yourself, not necessarily, because the connection is there clearly, but why does this exact corkboard, what piece of information is so important on here that it would have to also be sitting completely the same inside one of the Netracells? Yeah, it's in a bunch of different places. Also, 12/12/99. What happened on that day? And then finally, like I said, you can kind of get the beginning aspect of seeing what I was trying to talk about earlier with the similarity between how the tech rod looks here, and you'll see how it looks from the Vallis Undermind. And it's really, really, really close. There you go. And then it kind of makes you wonder, like, what else is buried? Is there something that DE has hidden in here that we haven't seen yet? I mean, again, with the Whispers in the Walls quest, if someone wouldn't have actually ventured in the back to find the man on the wall, Who would have ever known?
The doctor's dashing patient zero in the flesh. Shame. But my Scaldra have their orders.
I mean, think about the difference between this and
On sight.
of what we saw from her from TennoCon.
Got him.
Kai is a weird one. We're gonna have to wait and see what aspect of her reality is canon. Because there's two different realities that she can engage in, essentially.
Good night.
What do you think? That's a really good point. Matthew, she mentions the kiddo before the drifter appears. I mean, again, I will say that if you engaged in the Warframe, that Warframe ARG should really make that into some kind of quest, because there's a lot of like very specific story. Like, I can't think of any other ARG that offers up substantial parts of the story like that does. Like, the players, you as a player, not the Warframe, not the operator or drifter, but you are in the ARG, like you, like us, the human us. And that's not an interpretation. That we're in it. Like, that's just how it is. Not, and there's a bunch of other like fourth wall type breaking things that go on within the game that people don't really talk about. I'll tell you one of the ones that I was actually thinking about trying to.
We could have been allies, kiddo.
Yeah, that was to us.
Put that thing down.
Because the drifter isn't here yet. Well, I mean, I would say, yeah, that's another thing to consider, that like even DE through the ARG is influenced by the Man on the Wall. Like, digital extremes is in the game. Not to mention that conceivably from I guess this is still a little bit of interpretation, not necessarily like 100% fact. But
Cheerio.
Now check this out. The idea is postulated within the ARG that essentially through written code, the infestation, this like a void, corrupted version of it, is literally malleable through the code itself, okay? And they use, at the time, interestingly enough, within the ARG, we get to see a trailer for Dark Sector, okay? Now check this out. Very subtle, but very cool. So we get this trailer within the ARG with Dark Sector, and we're told about the idea that the void can influence through code. And then if anybody was actually a part of or took part in the ARG, does anybody remember what happened at that point in the story?
I had it.
What DE did in real life? Oh yeah, okay, that might be. That could be Kaya. We can't falter Nova. That's interesting. Yes, it could be, in fact. Yeah, plus the setup for the ARG was a glitch in the thing. But does anybody remember after? See, this happened after it was revealed in the ARG that code was able to be infected, if you will, corrupted.
Have it your way. By this time next year, nothing will remain of you slugs.
I do remember that, sir. Techrop being controlled by the code.
Of your grand finale, an H04.
But there's one thing that they did that I think it was so cool, and you don't see any other games do this, just to sell the idea.
Requesting assistance. The vents above the treads.
Oh, we'll get into the Baro thing. That's a whole other thing right there. I don't think anybody remembers what happened. DE offered you could get Dark Sector for free. It was only for a limited time, but you could download Dark Sector for free.
Victor, drop them in now.
Yep, and Wally, that's exactly it. Like, how many games go that far to push the whole narrative?
Found a hole in its shield offer. Thanks, Quincy.
So not only was DE saying that they were infecting through Dark Sector, right? But they were like willingly giving it to you to say, "Hey man, you need to have some infected code yourself." For the record, I have Dark Sector. Like, we started playing it for a little while. Man, it is it's a little dated. Okay. Austin, aren't we coming up on a part here that's pretty important?
Dropped him.
Okay, so what am I looking for here? this is a part right here.
One cup, he comes. Corona's king clad in gold. Pallid beast. Tap, tap, tap him.
Arthur! What the hell was that? Where are you? Come in!
He's here, deep in the tech rut. I'm going after him.
Hey Lee, how are you? Okay, hold on one second, everybody. Okay, Austin's telling me that Creepy Lotus is up there the first time. Where the thing didn't crash. And Rel is now active in this area. Alright, we're gonna look around. We're not going anywhere yet. This all. Upwards. Did you see her? What? This? What's that?
Scratch one.
Okay, everybody. Where did they come from? This is essentially where it's supposed to be at. You mean that thing? All right. They just keep coming at me. I think there's a reason for that. Let's see. Get the app feed. Let me put up frame analysis to show me better. I'm not going to go anywhere until we see something. I just hope it wasn't like a thing that was only there for a second and then... I saw that too. I don't know what that is, though. Oh, it's there for 20 seconds. Right, I probably missed it.
Jaffa, moving on.
I don't know. Like, Austin's saying that essentially, like, kind of like all these things, I could see it being the possibility that, like, it's only there for a little while. So I may have unfortunately missed it. Gonna have to go deep and maybe play through this quest a bunch of times and present it, because we've only kind of seen it in, well, here, I'll show you what. This is how the first thing looks. So that's supposed to be the thing from the, that would be like the Chimera Probe. Yeah, that would be super nice if you could actually leave and start a quest over, but unfortunately, it's not something that they do. And that little, it's just an opening, unfortunately. Oh, that's where they're popping out. Pretty sure I just missed it.
Takes care of that.
Pretty sure I just missed it. That's interesting. I'll search for it here. Not obviously today. I don't think that we're gonna be able to see that one aspect of it, but don't worry. There's more to this quest that I wanted to show you yet. But that's something I really wanted to. Oh, okay. Here you go. Look. All right, everybody. You can see apparently here where it's supposed to be. Apparently up in this area.
You're done.
My other character was up the bar here. I would start the next quest on them. Unfortunately, they're not quite there yet. Meliodas, yeah, I still think at some point they're going to open up, that bottom portion is going to open. And that's going to be where we go in to do something, you know. That's a shame. Then again, now that everybody knows where it's at, if you could rewind on the stream a little bit and see if you can see it. You know what? That's not a bad suggestion. That is not a bad suggestion at all, in fact. It's a really good suggestion. Okay, no music. Let's see how far back in the quest I am. Or if it's just gonna like let me ride the whole way there. I'll destroy that. That's important.
The doctor's dashing patient zero in the flesh.
Fluffy Zick, yes. Extreme significance.
Shame.
Extreme significance.
But my Scaldra have their orders.
I love that skin. I like that they that skin is supposed to look like.
On sight.
My memory's starting to go here. All right, everybody, let's do this again. All right. There's probably a few things I could point out this time that I haven't before. You guys all are aware of the person who's the painter, right? He's painting all the murals and stuff on the wall.
Dropped him.
See if we can find anything. I think we might have talked about it a bunch of times, but the deeper you go into the story, especially through the kinematic, you kind of get a pretty good idea of who is doing these lovely paintings. Still can't see anything? All right, we're going to try it out right now. At least we know where to look at now. So apparently what that app does that Austin was using was it marks out what you were looking for there is a model that was created at that particular point, which is what makes it kind of significant. See if we can find any more for the lovely art.
Do not even. Pity. We could have been allies, kiddo. My Scaldra, put that thing down.
I know it's a big catch. I never picked up that first battle. Yeah, because like that's the Arthur would have literally no connection to the man on the wall here at all.
Down you go.
Yeah, so I didn't technically restart the quest if you you know, just do the whole hard reset section. And then it allowed me to at least pick it up at a
Too slow, Arthur.
point within this thing.
I
so I
had
could
it
at least look
under
at that
control.
part again. Let's get a little better look. All these little things. Every one of them are apparently painted by the same individual, who you can find her little lair. I mean, technically, I guess if you want to get super technical right now, I am dating the artist. This is in the Netracell as well. There's one part of it that's missing, though, where you see the man on the wall. There's just a tiny, tiny little brief moment. So that's interesting that that's not there.
Hostiles! Contain them before it's a ball of
we, the human, are controlling the operator, or the controlling Arthur here. Because the operator is not supposed to be in 1999 because of the, well, essentially the Lotus's, what better way to say it than her warnings against the operator coming back here? And the only person that could come back here is the Drifter, our Paradox. So if that's the case, then that would mean the Drifter would have to be the one controlling Arthur here. But the Drifter has yet to be introduced into 1999 through the necessary means. Which would only leave one person. Well, two people. You could say that we would be just essentially Arthur, right? That's who we are in this quest right now, and you know we're Arthur. But what screws that up is, like I think it was NCAP Gamer who said, Arthur would have no idea who the man on the wall is at this point. And Arthur would certainly not be called Kiddo.
By this time next year, nothing will remain of you slugs.
Death mark of the stalkers? What do you mean, like when you... Wait, that does... You mean like when we kill a boss or something? So, the language that you're seeing here is actually... It's Orokin, but it is a... less formal, maybe, way? What the hell is going on? It's, it doesn't look quite as, decorative as, like, the Orokin language that we know of, but has a lot of the same... Is that... No way. You can get an Iatan in this? I did not know that you could get Iatan. Oh, okay. I see that, Austin. Okay, cool. We're definitely gonna. We're gonna look now that we have a good idea of what to be looking for at that spot. I think we might see something fun. Has anybody else ever seen an Iatan? I'm not even used to seeing them in quests, much less like in 1999. Huh, that was interesting. I was just like chilling there on the top of the house. Oh, I didn't even. They had Iatans there too. That's crazy. That looks creepy as hell. Okay. All right, we're getting close.
Meet the co-star of your grand finale, an H-04 F-Fairborn tank. Enjoy.
Would seem weird that you would find an Iatan in 1999. I would tell you that much.
Requesting assistance.
Now again, you know, from the concept of like just the game itself, it makes total sense that there'd be these little things that, you know, the players do for Endo, and they decided to put them in everywhere. But if you're looking at it from how Warframe used to do it, that would actually be not necessarily
Victor,
the typical
drop
way.
them in now.
Them off.
Found a hole in its shield offer.
Thanks, Quincy.
All right, everybody. You got your eyes out? You ready to look? You got to be looking everywhere. So, because who knows? Maybe it'll show up. So I guess from that picture. That's where it's gonna open. Right? So, like right over here-ish, I guess. In this general vicinity.
Good night.
Again, bear in mind, everybody, that this is just something that's awesome time within the game files. You might not be able to see it very well, specifically because DE doesn't want you to see this yet. Or it maybe is something that they were going to add that they had ended up kind of deciding to go against it. Did anybody happen to see it?
Arthur! What the hell was that? Where are you? Come in!
He's here, deep in the tech rut. I'm going after him.
I don't see anything. Like I said, it's entirely possible that DE's made this next to impossible to see too. I didn't see. I couldn't actually see it, unfortunately. I probably lost it by now.
Got him.
I don't know. I don't know. Me too. Like I said, it's something in the background, so it's absolutely possible that the TV has just made it so that it's not quite ready to be shown off. Yeah, so what I don't know, chat. Like I said, let me, I'll tell you what. Here's what we're gonna do. Because like I said, there is something else that I want to delve into in this question.
Scratch one.
I'm gonna work on that. And maybe with Austin's help and see if we can't come up with something there. I mean, if not, it is what it is. But if we can't come up with something, I would definitely like to show that off because I do think that there's some things that are a little odd, if you will. So they're calling the Entrati, or the Devil's Triad, something called Entrati side stories, which to me, I think is going to mean that it's only the first of other Entrati side stories, which is great for the lore. If we were to get more information on what's going on within the Sanctum and what happened with kind of like the older stuff that happened within, you know, just in regards to like stuff that happened in the beginning of the Void, with the Untimed Door, or you know, maybe more context into what the whole idea is here with trying to leave 1999, claiming it's somewhere that you know, the Void can't get to very easily, and yet it being somewhere that as soon as we get down there, the man on the wall is already there. So it does kind of like something occurred, be it that Albert Entrati himself does not understand the man on the wall's full capability and what he can and can't do, which is definitely possible, mind you, given Entrati's kind of wrong about the indifference a lot. At least the very specific aspects of the indifference. He gets like most of it right, but then kind of fumbles it at the very end. I feel like we're right in the middle of the roots and fruits here. You know what I'm talking about. Yep, Star flowers. That's exactly what's going on. I can say. I'm just looking around here. Oh no, what did I do?
Cheerio.
Kindle Blaze! Welcome to the Scholars. Thank you for joining up. I think I just screwed something up big time. Did you see that? I never noticed. There was something on that. But did you see that there was something on that television that was a new... I've never seen that green text before. Oh man, I'm gonna have to play this.
What in hell?
Shit. I don't know if it might be nothing. So it's like if I quit the game out and start over again, it might be for not. It's gonna be something I bring to you guys later. Toot goes the gamer. Hello. Yeah, I mean, tell me this doesn't just look like a lot of the... A lot of this, the area of the animals. Oh, crap. Also, it's like they have, it's like they took that model from the Chimera and they just removed the bodies. No. We're just going back and playing it again. There were a couple things that are relevant to the new update, plus a few things that just a little lore thingies to point out. That's all.
Entrati, what devils follow you?
We just even worse on that one. I think it's a weird place to put a helmet.
Bring the hellfire.
I was trying to, Andreas, maybe you can point that out, because it sounded familiar to me, but like that's why I was listening to it for so long. I couldn't quite put it, I couldn't quite place it.
That was very rude.
Okay, Meliodas, it's actually, it's not something that I can do every time. Just so you know, like, it's like if you use Titania and you go into the Captura.
Victor, that's no way to treat our little tourist.
you have to kind of go to the very top of the Captura, and sometimes it'll let you just break through.
Not even to me.
Not my type.
Hey, thank you. He's clad in his Tau gear.
Old friends.
No, that's true. That yeah, there's that weird ass helmet there too.
Master, my master, why hast thou abandoned me?
All that matters is I'm here now. There, my faithful man cat.
But is it really you? After all these years, I've... Master, you're hurting me.
There's the corkboard again. Yep, good call.
The poison to your plan.
Morty McFlee.
And what is that?
Love.
Whoa! Like Marty McFlee.
You taking a piss?
Floppy, that's exactly why we're seeing.
It's bullshit. I'll feed Marty here to the tech rod myself, but the clock's running out.
The nuke. Kinda makes sense, actually. Happy New Year.
Well, you're on point, Marty. But you try any of those head games again, and there won't be much left for Letty to stitch back up. You read me?
Loud and clear.
Well, okay, two things. Is it possible the real Entradi's not alive anymore? Yes. It's also possible that his true self is trapped somewhere, like the Drifter was with our operator. But that's based on a couple little context clues and isn't 100% certain. Is Entradi showing us the torture scene so he can tell us the indifference's weakness is love? No, I think it's showing us that so it's meant to give us the illusion that the indifference's weakness is love. But I believe through the context of both this particular quest, Whispers in the Walls, and Isleweaver, the man on the wall is using love as a means to manipulate us. But that's based upon essentially just a few little things that I've been picking up here. I lay out as much context as I possibly can in the videos that I did. So if you want to check those out, specifically about Isleweaver, that one talks about that. But for what? For us to do what it wants us to do. That's kind of what's been going on this entire time. Like the indifference is very, very keen on having the operator do what it would prefer. a smile with two dead eyes on it. It just seems kind of weird to me. Let's check that out later. So the broken PC they got rid of because it's, you know, it's got the cracked glass and the cracked. It's not gonna. You're not gonna use that one anymore, especially on a 1999 monitor. That thing's pretty much destroyed. Okay. So you were talking about the helmet that's behind here. Doesn't it almost look like from the reflection that this helmet is like checking you out with its multiple eyes? And almost like that big eye is like a portion of like of its head. I might be going a little deep on the speculation there, but just curious. Let's just look around here because we really don't get this opportunity all the time. You can't get back there with the drifter. That is interesting. I can tell you that my Nokko was wearing Baro's ephemera, and I didn't hear anything weird. At least I didn't think I did. I do, Austin. Yeah. Like I said, I think I got an idea about how I would like to do this with you on that thing. But I think it'd be easier if I can explain it out in a video better than I can just showing it here. I have an idea. I think it's gonna be a good one. Sorry, I was hoping that they were gonna have something pop through there real quick. This is the best part of redoing quests, is going back and seeing all the stuff that you rushed through and didn't really do much with because you were like, well, I just want to see what happens next. Isn't it weird too that like this room has nothing going on in it right now? It only gets activated at a particular point. For anybody that didn't get it, I do believe there's a Prex card right there. I've been having a lot of Wally encounters. In fact, I will tell you guys, just before I go on, Wally visited and said hello. It's been quite nice.
Check me out, giving kit to Intrati's cybercop.
But yet here you are.
Nah, more like V1000 sent to smoke us all. Am I right?
Thanks.
We got a blizzard coming in. Well,
Well, the online boys had better get their lip balm ready before the big show, or it's gonna be a chappy new year.
So you just
All
puppet
right,
this thing?
give me it.
Whole lot of metal in there. Arthur's taking a chance on you. You hurt him, and I'll twist you inside out. Try not to scratch the paint.
Man, they couldn't have given me one of the nicer bikes.
Letty, you buying this shit?
No, Owie, I am not.
Up here.
Cut the chatter.
Nightwave.
19 hours till we're popping corks or vaporized. We get in Trati and put a stop to this.
I want to know who was able to rebuild this ball so fast.
Great change. The war criminal Albrecht Entrati, father of the Techron plague, has at last been captured.
The new recoil is not my
The
favorite.
terrorist cell known as Hex will soon be brought to justice. Tonight, we will fill the great void of suffering. A new year, a new era. Albania will be great once again.
Right. We're the terrorists. Love what you've done with the place, lady.
You know what's weird? Is that like, it's true that Uzalka's the bad guy, right? But at the same time, the poor proto-frames don't know what side to take. Are they good guys? Are they fighting for the bad guys? Are they fighting for themselves? Man, this place is all messed up. Coffee? Yeah. To a point, Uzalka is a victim sort of situation. That being said, going down that path is always still a choice, and you know she clearly knew that accepting the indifference for what it was not a good thing, because if she didn't, then she wouldn't have attempted to fight it off for as long as she did. It was almost like she just got to a point where
Lot of heat here in the op block, Arthur. You sure
so many things that just kind of broke her that she just gave
wouldn't
up.
believe it anyway.
And whereas I can totally understand the why, it's like one of those things that like, can't turn indifferent. Once indifference takes over, that's it. That's the end. I mean, that's the point where you lose any type of emotional connection. Once the emotional connection is gone, there's nothing else. I'll actually give you a real life scenario that I think a lot of people are experiencing right now. Potentially some people in this very chat. And I know I keep going back to it, but it's because it's, you know, it's something that I've played in consistently for a very long time. And in ways, I'm actually kind of sad, but there was a time when I really enjoyed it. I mean, you can even see on my channel that I enjoyed having Warframe and Destiny as like two parts that gave me everything I really wanted in the games that I played. Whereas I like Warframe better than Destiny, I will say that I am a first-person shooter lover over the third person, typically. So Destiny will always have that advantage, at least in my mind. So it was nice having two games that I could just kind of like, you know, flip between. I'm gonna do this one here. But you know, for a long time, with all the different changes that were going on with Destiny and stuff, like, you know, you would get mad, you'd get upset with it, you'd ask why, how could change this, but after a long enough period of time, you start to lose, just because of the garbage that goes on, you lose the love, and that love of the thing you were doing just turns into apathy. It turns into indifference, and that's pretty much where I'm at. I saw that the new Festival of Lost was supposed to have some interesting things about it. I keep talking about trying to bring players back. So, you know, I talked to them and I got through, you know, all of, I don't know, 3 minutes. I didn't even get into a mission. And it's sad. It's
Amir?
I know, like, looking at it from the Warframe perspective,
real?
it's like, oh,
of course it's real. Some glitch in the old control software.
Yeah, but
written in COBOL.
Chingao.
It's amazing that a game that wants you to spend your time and your money to play it is willing to let you go so far down the path of putting out stuff that you know, this stuff isn't gonna hit well, and they continue to do it, like, and players are leaving, and I think that they believe that those players are just, hey, as soon as you make one change, you're going to be back. But, you know, in the past, you probably would have been right. And I think, I can't remember who it was, made the point that, like, Destiny really still doesn't have that actual competition. There's no first-person shooter that does the things that it does. Maybe Borderlands. Borderlands doesn't have it now. You know, Borderlands 3 didn't have the movement. Now I think you could make the case with Borderlands 4 that you know, the movement's a lot closer to Destiny. The gunplay's fun, and so in that regard, it's coming closer. But there's no PvP in it, and so like those players still don't have it. And I guess my point is that for a game to have no direct competition, and for it to get to a place where its players are indifferent to it now, and even changes that, like, make it a lot more lucrative to play, or whatever, however you want to do it. Whatever quantification that you want to put on it. It's just, even with these changes, like, you get on and just, I don't know. To me, it's just it's coming from like the business world, especially like the older business world. 'Cause I don't think
Holding
things
cells
look
ahead.
exactly the same.
Big moment
Are
for you,
exactly the
Marty.
same as they used to be. Like,
He'll be there.
when I was first getting involved in American business and stuff like that, like, especially in any type of service, the customer was always right with how it was. And I think that changed a fair bit. I don't know. Like I said, to me, I just it's kind of scary that that can happen, and that like we're getting to a point, especially within the gaming world, where profit is held high over the art of it. Meaning that like games made from the heart, are gonna probably gonna be relegated mostly to indie games now versus any AAA titles actually taking a chance on doing something unique and innovative, because it just isn't going to guarantee a good enough, forward projection. I love what Silk Song was able to accomplish just for that reason. The fact that they kept the game price super low. It sold like hotcakes. They basically took their time with the game because that's what they wanted. They just wanted to take their time with it and make sure it was right. It was like, I think that's what gaming was always meant to be, but because of aspects that have found their way into as a necessity of gaming, and Austin can probably talk on this more intelligently than I can. But we're really gonna lose the art of video games, especially with like AI gaming coming into play. And it's such a shame, because I think that's what makes games so great, is the inspiration behind them, why the humans who made them, like what life experiences they themselves had that said, hey, I want to make, I would like to make something about this, and I'd like to pour my time and my heart and my soul into making a simulated world to talk about this, because that's important to me. In the AI aspect, you can't hear me? You can't. Am I moving my head around too much? I'm sorry. On the OBS, my mic is actually clipping right now, so I don't. I want to make sure that I don't hit it too hard. I don't know what happens with the microphone here. I don't know if I need to get like I may have to end up getting an direct input, like an audio input for it. It seems like it's just every stream I have some kind of issue where either it's too loud or it's not loud enough. Maybe the game is too loud. That could be it. Okay, I can. Yeah, well, I mean that's what I was actually talking about there, Austin, a little bit. That like you would have a lot better, because of how deep into the industry that you are versus I'm skin deep. Like you're seeing how deep into it I am, so. Ah, man, that sucks. I don't know why it does it. Like I said, I don't. It seems like, like every stream I do, there's a section here where basically the microphone, I have an issue with it. I don't really know what to do about that. I'm not. The sad part is, guys, from what you're talking about before. Now, I did turn the game volume down a little bit, but from what where I was before, I'm literally doing nothing different than I was, as far as where my head was at, my head positioning, or anything else like that. So I really don't know. It's one of the reasons, I'll be honest with you, I don't stream as much, because it just seems like I always have a problem. I always feel bad streaming for you guys, and then there being some audio issue or some video thing or something else. So at least with the videos, I can kind of mitigate all the stuff before you ever see it. But here we go. Let's see the old man or the child in the wall. One second. See, it is Entrati originally. So he literally changes himself on a dime.
You better have him. Marty? Is Entrati there?
He's gone. It's broken through already. Changing things.
See, that's another little hint that this isn't the first time around.
Get your ass out of there! Quincy, Owie, we need fire support! I told you this was a setup!
The fact that the Drifter believed that the man on the wall, or that Entrati was supposed to be there, I think insinuates that the first time around he was there. Oh, I'm sure I will. I know. Austin, you all seem to put a ton of real effort into it. I think that usually works out pretty damn well when it comes to this sort of thing. Oh, the walkie-talkie death sounds. That makes sense. Well, like I said, I do apologize, everybody. I didn't mean to go on a 5-minute diatribe and not realize that you couldn't hear me. But that's pretty common for my streams, so just keep that in mind. Sorry, I don't think I've ever noticed this room before. I actually think that most of you would despise playing in public. Well, that's why I usually don't play in public lobbies, because I will stop and check things out and then record them and then do other stuff. And then walk to the back of the thing to see if there's anything else that I missed. I mean, this is just typical gameplay. So, like, anybody that's trying to roll through and get all this stuff done, fool, man, I'm terrible to play with. That's from that Dark Sector poster, isn't it? I wonder if that's supposed to, like, represent that these people were either like part of DE or... Yeah, the bootstrap paradox, that's what we're in. I believe that's what the best way to describe the story here. You guys seen all the roots and fruits, by the way? Or if they were at one point on the same page. Right? And then like this time they were like, nah. See, now that actually reminds me of the Zerman. DE's environmental storytelling is fantastic. It really is. Yeah, I mean, if you're into checking things out, then okay, then you do want to play. Because I will point out, I'll be like, hey, dude, check this out. Come here, check this out. Look at this. You think this is something? You think it's something? If you like that, oh, yeah, you'll have a blast playing. Well, I am interested in that thing, Austin. Absolutely. I want to. You know the story. You know what's going on. I don't think I need to elaborate any further. But oh, what's that? Oh, this is like Command Central up here. All right, far be it for me to say, but like, am I about to shoot 2 proton torpedoes into the vent of the Death Star here? Like looks like OG Star Wars. Yeah, that's exactly it right there. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of little places that you can actually get into. You just have to keep your eye out for them. That's it's one of those things that like they want you to go through so fast, but they at the same time there are all kinds of little areas that you don't normally get to check out too frequently. Oh, is that the other side of this? You know what I so desperately, when we first did this, like when we first going through, oh man, I wanted DE to give us the ability to go to the amusement park back there. Oh, here's one of those murals I was talking about. It's kind of hard to see because of the sunlight here. But, yeah. Eleanor did those. fervon powers everything, pretty much. Like, well, it's kind of like moon juice from the moon, the Moon Woke Up series from Mr. Friend. Does anybody else watch that? I love Mr. Friend. Yes, I would pay for a DLC for the Tech Rod amusement park. Absolutely. And tell me that thing doesn't look like either Foss or Vone. And it makes you wonder, where is there like another one? Okay, where did you see it, Austin? Look, it's like the eyes everywhere, you know? I don't know. That might be something to keep an eye out for in future quests, to see if a fervon starts making its rounds. I mean, because we know Rel is, in some way, shape, or form, part of this whole situation. Because his literal voice, he was on a rooftop when he showed the mural. Oh, shit, really?
Maybe we cut our losses like we should have done weeks ago. We pack up and get the hell out of this estercolero before it's turned to ash.
I'll have to keep an eye out for that. We'll see. We'll see if we can't catch it again.
A few 100,000 going up in smoke.
Anyone still stuck here is Tech Rod anyway.
Oh, Letty.
You have to amputate, Owie, and cauterize.
Letty. We're just doing that, huh? You'd think someone would come over to this freaking thing and be like, can somebody fix this? Why does it just keep scrolling through channels all day? Real quick. Just want to look at two different places before we go any further. Oh, look. It's starting. But there's only a little bit on the door. That's interesting. I didn't catch that last time. It's possible, with the idea of the broadcast in out in the space. I'm curious as to why, like, say, like, all the people that eventually will, come here, if people don't like walk by it and be like, dude, what is up with this thing? Just shut it off. Just real quick. What was that? Did you see that light go off? Oh, that's probably one of these things. Changed. Wow. What the fuck is going on back here? Did you hear all that? Something's printing. That's absolutely what that sound is. And it seems like, because I keep hearing the phone go off. Yeah, it's like a fax is coming through. Can you hear that? I do. Yeah. Remember, this is the place, too, from the Lotus Eaters that we have to hang up the phone. That's great. It's like someone's really trying to get a hold of us or send some shit through. That's all. I mean, anybody, yeah, if you're like 35 or older, you know that sound distinctly. Maybe 40 or I don't know, close to, but remember how long it used to take to print a page? Very interesting. I never noticed that last time either. Yeah. Yes, you can offer me a detour. Where am I headed? Yeah, there was right? Yeah, Lotus Eaters would be a cool one to play. That is true. You've got mail. Check out it in a second. That's concept art. Dude, that's an opera. That's the opera. There's the indifference right there. Yeah. Are you seeing this? There's the sentience. Oh, is that what this is from? Okay. Still seems like a little Easter egg that shouldn't necessarily be here. There's that, of course. And again, if you remember from the Warframe ARG, this was the screen that came over first while they were in the middle of the dev stream, whenever the ARG kind of found its way in. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Okay, so you guys know about that then. Okay, fair enough. I actually wasn't aware of that. Or maybe I was and I just forgot about it. That's possible. Well, it just seems like I can see it being a little Easter egg and whatnot, but it is, the imagery is obviously like it's attributed to a particular person, so that kind of would explain it. But you know, if any normal person were to walk up there, they'd probably be like, what's going on up here? one more place I'll check out. Come from the back end.
Didn't come out here to cut and hide. If Dr. E won't stop this, then I say we do it. Am I right, Amir? Amir!
So where's Entrati? You said this was a loop.
Not anymore, is it? Your boogeyman changed the rules. You'll toast like the rest of us now.
Seems so.
Is she talking to
But
everybody?
that means we can
like, in
change
their
it
head?
too.
I didn't really
Stop
put two and two together.
the nuke.
No one listens.
Get me wired in.
Holy shit! I never realized he was playing a game. Huh. Idiot. Or if nothing else, come on, chip in everybody. I feel like there was a slight Nintendo reference in Tau.
The Techron's pumping out spores.
I don't want more of that shit in my system.
Stow it, Letty. Amir, talk to me. Is your plan ready?
Almost. Just needs a transponder on site. Any Scaldra console down there should do it. Hell scrummers. Giant air filters to capture Techron spores. I've commandeered their deployment system. Just need you to keep them pumping.
Quincy and Marty, keep the air clean while the rest of us search the tunnels for a terminal. You too, Letty.
You start turning like Eleanor, I'll be haunting your ass.
This is where I originally thought that, like, whenever they first came in with Vallis Undermind, that was the idea. Wait a second, are we saying this is how the heck in that regard, it would be easy to travel. All I would have to do is catch the eye. You know, the game, it's just really not
New health scrubber, inbound.
cooperating with me here. I
Little
apologize.
Amir knows all about these.
It's either
ops in
too
their
loud
system.
or it's not loud enough.
A proper
So I just get
boss
done
like
saying-
you was smart enough to figure it out, innit, Marty?
Now, that one was my fault because I forgot to turn it down after turning it up a bit so that you guys could hear
Eleanor, you
all
sensing
of
any
the
civilians down here?
Not one.
fax machine noises and things of
Wherever
that
they're
nature.
hiding out, it's above ground. Not to mercy.
Is the sound all right now? Fortunately, I can't ever hear what the actual stream sounds like. So I'm at the mercy of you all to tell me exactly how that goes. Okay, cool. I'm not used to having that happen. Well, basically, you could actually start it up and then it spores out on it. Turn off the game. Yeah, I can't win today. It's either too loud game, too loud voice. Huh, that's interesting.
Emilia, found a terminal.
Coming. What? Oh, no.
That's why I've usually used my operator.
Not a terminal, Arthur. Not anymore.
Oh, shit. Aim for the head.
All right. See, now I got to be honest with you. You guys aren't. Will he pick me up? No, he doesn't care. Will he? Well, is that like a common thing? You're totally speaking outside of my purview of expertise now when you're talking about coding and such. And, Lua? Wait. Gemma, hello. Oh, that's interesting.
See, this is why the Major wears a freaking face mask.
It's not. It's not the reason why the Major wears a face
You're
mask.
as infected as the rest of us, Letty.
Yeah. Look up latent infection, bitch.
Letty is not a big fan of being a part of the tech draw at this point, but unfortunately, it's too late now. Just something she's gonna have to deal with.
Seconds and you're swimming in spore soup.
I'm trying, man.
Represent.
Nice. Thank you. I will tell you something. I know that he's canon and all, but I'm not a huge fan of playing Excalibur. Like, I get that he's like the, you know, the Warframe poster boy, but it's one aspect of Tau that I'm not really looking forward to, because I'm certain, even though, hey, Gemma, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I know that we're going to have to play again now, this time with Excal Prime, and that's great, but look, I don't really care about, don't get me wrong, I think that the design of Excal Prime is great, but
keep us posted.
I don't really care for Excal's kit myself. I don't ever play Excal. So in that regard, I really do wish that we wouldn't have to keep playing as other frames and like ones that we like actually want to. Even if it had to be like, I would rather play with Volt. If it had to be like one of the 3 starter frames, I'd be okay with that. I do not care for Excalibur's kit in any way, shape, or form.
Toxic out there. Hurry!
I mean, that's just me, of course. I know other people love his kit. But I don't care. I really don't care about Excalibur Prime. Like, I don't care. I know a lot of other people do. Wait, that didn't...
Amir, you in?
To me, Excalibur Prime is Excalibur. Is Excalibur Umbra? I mean, I would even argue that I think Umbra would even be even better to have now, because Umbra can walk on his own. So I mean, really, Excalibur Prime's more of a cosmetic, if you will, for those that because I'm guessing most people that even have Excalibur Prime probably use Umbra and just put Excalibur Prime's cosmetics, like you know, helmet and whatnot, right? So that's always the way I looked at it. Is like, what the hell? Just doing a bunch of stuff that I've never really done before, and really wondering why. Who just revved that bike? Owie's dancing, so she's fine. Don't worry, it's fine. Exactly. I get it. Don't get me wrong. I don't have any problem with you know, the idea of using Excalibur in the quests, because again, I get it. I get, you know, he is, you know, the poster boy for Warframe. If it were up to me, I would, if we could play as Excalibur, Mag, or Volt. And I mean, if you want to throw Loki in there, that would be even better. But if just even the 3 of them, like, I'd be playing with Volt every time.
What's going on?
Isn't it great? Amir got these from the hack.
Which I still think is awesome. Don't get me wrong. I think being, you know, someone who was a founder and whatnot, if I could go back in time right now and become a founder of Warframe, I would do it. But I wasn't even, I mean, I didn't even play PC games at that point. I was only a console player, and I was probably playing, I don't even know at that point. But Warframe wasn't even on my purview, you know. So the idea of, you know, forking out money and being a founder back then, it was just never crossed my mind, never would have crossed it. Now, man, I would love to have Excalibur. For the same reasons that everybody else wants it, just to brag.
Can't hear myself think. Sorry, got it.
No, it's still transmitting. We're still getting multiple faxes without any paper. It's trying to print it too. That's the thing. I'm sorry.
Kalimos. She showed up after the hag. Look, Marty. Maybe we got off on the wrong. Entrati.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it is for a lot of people, you know? And like I said, for me personally, I'm just not a huge fan of Excalibur's kid. I mean, it could be me. Are those Converse All Stars? It's like you walk into this room, it's clearly watching you. I'll just walk around a second in here, just to make sure nothing goofy happens. Oh, they took the eyes off of my, Oh, you know what I wanted to mention? I thought this was very, very interesting. So, for those of you that have seen my room in here, and we'll check it out in the end, there is a decoration. I think some of you have it. That there's an eyeball that kind of moves around. I'm sure you probably know this decoration well. It's a vitrium, right? What I didn't know is that when you put it up in the back room, right? If you change the operator's eye colors, the vitrium's eye color changes with it too. What is that noise? Now, I was told that there are multiple ones that work here. The only one that I've ever gotten to work is Kalimos. We talked about that Lotus Quest before. I think it's a terrible idea. Hint Cal M. I want to see what happens if you get them all wrong.
Tell, if you are seeing this, your loop has been altered.
It really wanted us to see that.
Kidding.
You and I are trapped here. Soon, the murmur will crawl through the cracks and devour this world and its possibilities.
Yeah, you can still get the eye, I think. Yeah, you're gonna have to go in. You may have to buy it with platinum. That's possible, but I almost 100% certain just go in and under the decoration, like room decorations. Is 1999 gonna get an update like Vallis Undermind? If it does, it's not gonna be for a while. They already talked about the idea that they're probably not going to come back to 1999 for a little bit yet. Like we're off 1999 for a while. So I do think we're going to come back here at some point, but I don't know when. Yeah, the Drifter trapped here. Yep.
Our
At the
only
moment.
means of escape, our only hope to contain this horror I have created, will require a spark of energy rare in this timeline. You know what this means.
Well, I disagree with Steve on that one.
Do not allow Arthur and the Hex to stop this. I realize what I am asking, but you of all people understand what is at stake. For the sake of everything before and to come, at midnight tonight, the bomb must go off.
So the way that there is dialogue within the kinemantic that essentially spells out, the Drifter at least believes that the idea behind this original plan was that Entrati was trying to destroy this area and thus have the ability to reset everything. However you want to slice that. But the idea was you could have got rid of the Orkin, you could have got rid of the Tekrot, the Infestation, the Void, all these people, just by essentially getting rid of this timeline. Oh, it's 100 platinum. Holy. Did I play that much really for it? 'Cause someone bought me one, but then I bought one. I bought two, I think. Really wants in.
We found him! Marty! Come on!
Who?
Just making sure. I don't know why, but I keep thinking that there's stuff within this quest that was missed. Well, I mean, I want to go back and see that one room now.
They've been moving a VIP at regular intervals. It's gotta be Dr. E, right?
It has to be.
Meet me across town.
Fences up, Skuldra.
We'll just park that there. Make sure nobody screws with my ride. All those like little paper cutouts of Zeke make me like uneasy because I always think of the I Am Legend movie where they're all just kind of like chilling out there, and you know, one day I feel like I'm gonna be walking through this area doing my thing, and one of those things are just gonna be sitting there,
Andrade's even on it.
and it's gonna move or something, and I'm gonna be like doing the same thing that Will Smith did in the movie.
Only he can stop this.
Like, I'm like freaking out. I foresee that for it. What are you doing up there, guy? There was a drawing of Naramon on the wall, right? I missed it if that was the case. You mean in the back rooms? Yes. There's actually a couple different interesting little like illustrations that I would say allude to much bigger ideas within Warframe. One of the major ones that's actually sitting specifically on that wall is like the idea of one timeline diverging into multiple ones.
Arthur, what if he doesn't know?
Just hold us to Owie. Rest of us will catch up.
While I was directly with Lotus in the quest, did you owe me the kid, or did you forget? I'm telling you, that's something. I would say, Austin, if that dialogue was in there like you said, I wouldn't be surprised if this quest doesn't come yet. It just might not come now, because it just might be too much in the way that the Lotus is kind of her power. You really don't even know what her power is for real until she gets taken by Vallis. And even then, or she goes with Vallis, however you want to look at it. And even then, a lot of it, you're given the concept that it might not even necessarily be the Lotus's power, but rather power that came from Pergasa that Lotus was given or transferred to. And, you know, under that context, the idea of, you know, where exactly her power comes from is kind of put into question until you see Pergasa later, which I would say infers that maybe what they were saying there is that the Pergasa and the Lotus have the same powers instead of one coming from another, like being transferred, if you would. And then you only get the full concept of it whenever... What? You only get the full concept of it whenever you finally get done with getting the Archon shards, or at least 2 of them, and essentially your drifter has to go up against her. That's like the only time that her true power starts to come out, that she can just fly away and she can do all kinds of crazy things, shoot beams and everything else like that.
Here. Let's ditch the cycles for something less conspicuous.
Oh, Alexander Duggar. I didn't put that together. That's actually pretty cool. This is like probably my favorite song in the entire update. See, I feel like that one would have taken out the other, you know, like the bowling effect. You know? I wonder what you can see on the walls in here, because there's all kinds of little things going on. You know, G hit a bunch of stuff. Although I am seeing like the same kind of image go by multiple times. What's that? There's like a big one. There, right there. That one right there. What is that?
So you're the new lapdog, kiddo? Tell me, Toto, what's he done to earn your loyalty?
It's complicated.
Wow, that was so good. She got jokes. She got tricks. I still want to know what that thing says on the wall there, or what that was.
Not the jealous type.
Well, Rusalka definitely has some tech rod in her. That's a guarantee. She says it herself. Yeah, I still think that Lotus Quest could come. You watch. I just think it might not have been the right time for it. Especially, with, like I said, portraying her that powerful would probably have to come after the new war.
Here is the breach. With each cycle,
Siege
more
was
seeps
number
into her.
3s. Oh, anything with the 3 in this game is extremely important.
Who are you?
Kill her. Now.
But it's not really her that's doing this.
If you cannot sacrifice even this much, how will you do what comes next?
What's he talking about, Marty?
Maybe I won't.
Seriously, right?
Are you more a child?
If you're looking at Rusalka, you're like, well, what did I just see?
By these choices.
Marty's legit.
Intrati doesn't quite understand anybody but Intrati. He only understands his own way of thinking. Everybody else, like, he just doesn't get it.
Nice score you got us here, Arthur. But you know what? I've had my fill of the circus. I'm out.
Yeah, if you really think about it,
Come on, man.
the drifter
Maybe we don't
would be
need
the only
money to
person there that knew what the operator even was. And it would be probably weird to him that the operator would show up there without him knowing that it was the indifference.
Look.
Anyone else? No.
We'll still follow you, brave king. But this half-assed plan's gone full guano. Amir's way too
Okay, so there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have made sense then.
I should have said.
With the Lotus
Controllers
Quest.
air-gapped. Good policy, actually.
Air-gapped.
Off-net. We'd have to full-on the reactor and patch it direct. Only about 4,000 Skuldra to the 6 of us. Bad odds, we.
5 of us. Arthur, maybe it is time to bail.
There's an army beneath our feet, you all know it. My loving brother just needs to ask. I know he's itching to.
Eleanor? Arthur? Don't you dare. She's barely hanging on as it is.
You said it yourself, Letty. Bad odds.
It almost looks like in the background,
Eleanor.
there are like multiple versions of all these different variants of Intrati watching this thing go down.
Please. Grand New Year's Eve indeed. Okie dokie, Arthur. He's on point.
Oh, they'd love the kid. See batch volt. That's batch Trinity. Batch mag. Yeah, the operator wouldn't be happy with being babied, but I don't think any of the Predator frames would care because they haven't had that opportunity in so long, you know.
Princess Lucina's Zoological Gardens. Free admission on New Year's Eve. If you can get past the Skuldra.
One of my favorite weapons too. You can't really go wrong with them. What is that? The video of that thing from the what is it?
Skuldra think they've contained the outbreak here, but the tech rot here is different. More patient. Biding their time.
You mean like maybe ages underneath the Vallis? Is that possible?
You could be doing so much more with your lives. Kinda.
Wow, you can't slide through there. Always like those little. Do you guys do that? Like, there's a Grenier map. It's a very common map, but there's like a bunch of like pipes and things that you can actually slide under. Are you guys a sucker for sliding under stuff too, or do you go around? see what you got for a second. Oh, you got a room just like we do. And there's that damn cork board again.
Eyes open!
Yes, there. Well, see, I don't know if this is mixed with the gray strain or if the things that they used for the vessels. I really like this thing. Whatever's being said there, it's like everybody needs to know. There's just not as much operator fashion as there is. Like, you can just do so much more with the drifter. That's why I keep thinking, I mean, I could be off on this, but I really do think there's a chance, guys, that we're going to lose the operator.
I thought they taught Britannic men better.
Victor, you love
I do. I'm not saying it's going to come necessarily like soon, but I do think the tease of the Indifference wanting the operator back, and then added into the idea that the Drifter seems to have a lot more options as far as what they can do. You know, the kinematic system only benefits the Drifter. Not to mention that, like, you can only, like, cosmetically, you can only put armor and stuff on the Drifter, not on the operator. I just think that there's a real good chance that some point in a couple years, an aspect of the quest is going to be that the Indifference, heck, it might even be the thing. Because, you know, a lot of people always talk about, like, okay, well, now that the Indifference is in game, like, how exactly do you kill that? You know? Can you even kill that? And the answer is probably no. In fact, the answer, who knows? It might be a situation where, you know, because another one of the major, concepts in Warframe is that miracles require sacrifice, right? Well, who knows? Maybe the operator will willingly sacrifice themselves, like to kind of go back, say something to the effect of, like, hey, I made the deal. I got what I wanted out of it. You know, the world was saved. People were saved. You're here. We got you back. That's as good as a person, can ask for.
Enjoy your picnic.
I could see the operator making the sacrifice, if you will. See, I haven't even tried that.
Wait here. I do this alone.
Yeah, I really do think that, Frank. I think that there's a really good chance that we're going to lose the operator. That's just me, though. I mean, I personally think it'd be even cooler if we, like, had to, like, fight the operator, I think that'd be super sweet myself. I mean, because, again, they keep talking. One of the things, that, even in the teacher quest, they said it countless times that, like, Teshin's like, oh, you know, you have to be ready to be able to fight against you. You know, your greatest enemy is within. This, that, and the other thing. Like, I could just see them headed towards like a particular concept of like saying, you know, hey, we always said it was going to be me. It was going to be me versus myself. Well, here it is, you know. What is that? I can't make out what that is. See, now that would work really good with where we're at right now with the Lotus Quest, just saying. Because technically, the Drifter is supposed to still be in 1999, you know? Even within the kinematic, they says, "Oh, you know, 1999's here, and the kids dealing with the other one or whatever." Yoshi, hello. Oh, is that what that is? I don't. So the way I see it is I don't think the man on the wall gets rid of anything. I think the black-eyed children should be like indicative of that. You know, that just because something's assimilated or a portion of the indifference doesn't mean that it like goes away for good. It's just more of a situation where it becomes a part. It's like just another one of its minions or aspects of itself. I will say this portion, you have not found Vagabond. We got to do that at some point for you.
Bother us no more.
something eternalism. that's actually the Warframe story. Something eternalism. Oh, whenever I get a chance there, Austin, I'll be on. That's a. Well, like I said, you kind of know the situation. I've already started.
Then none of us will.
But I haven't gone too far because because you wanted to show some stuff. But it's also coming with the issue of finding the time to do that outside of this. Yeah, Vagabond's not always in the same spot, but okay, now I figured out what that is. I never noticed that before. Wait a second. That was that picture. And that's that same group, like that, or the same type of thing that, like Eleanor, the mural painting. I just don't know who those characters are supposed to. Are they like something? I don't know. Well, feel free, Austin, if you want to explain that. I'm interested to hear about that, especially with the anything about eternalism. I'm all about it.
They have done and known.
Where are you going? I mean, I think you can make the argument that what we're looking at right here, this Legasite, is kind of the same thing as Nidus. Where are you going, dude? Nokko. Wait, is that what that is? Oh, that is! Holy shit, that's right! Is that bird 3 tag fur and... No, wait, is that right? Who is that? Who are these? That actually makes a lot of sense right there. Where are you going? We're trying to look at paintings, damn it. This has me thoroughly vexed because every other painting is like a significant character, but this looks like something like out of a cartoon or something, maybe synonymous with the time. I can't really tell. You think the glasses are Lloyd, but it's like, you think that's Lloyd? That's what I'm saying. Something. I'm glad I needed to record that. I'm gonna have to look at that later. I have to see that one later. I never noticed that. Played this quest 7, 10, 12, 15 times. That could be Lloyd and Albrecht, yeah. I don't know what that is, but there is some level of significance. Absolutely. Oh, I found out, I saw a piece of concept art here that I want to share on the Zerum. Not today, not today. It'll be something that I bring up in a different either stream or video because I think it deserves its own thing.
Johnny, get me out of here!
Alright, let's just another thing I've never really done is walked around in here at all. I don't think that there's anything in here. Nothing like a nice void angel staring right at you. Looks like a haunted city behind her, doesn't it? Like it wants a hug, or it wants to get us. If nothing else, it's definitely looking to grab us. What is that building right there? You see that thing? I don't know why I've never noticed that before. I can't zoom in any, or I would tell you. I don't know what that is. It's actually super creepy. Oh my God. That void angel is missing an arm. You think that's it? The reliquary jar?
She's in the back.
Helena is the first to die.
Well, look, there's another one of these things. This area isn't as infected. Well, they are. Also, the other thing to keep an eye on is, remember the fourth wall break, that whole thing, and the idea of us being in it? Well, keep an eye out on the particular perspective of the black circles that you're seeing swirl around. Because as the drifter is becoming infected, so are you.
Then Letty.
So not only is the drifter being fully consumed with this black stuff, but we, as the person controlling, this is our eye. This is basically our eyesight. You know, like our eye. See how it goes away, and then it comes back.
I've seen enough, Albrecht!
Not that old dog. This is me. Arthur, I can't.
There's a Zerman data pad in there. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait a second. While we're looking around. I don't know. Were we allowed to see the OG Owie death, like the first one? Because if that's the case, then yes. But there could be a variation if you're telling me that there was something that like wasn't actually released. Music sounds like the impending doom of when I wake up and coffee isn't made. We become a black-eyed child too. See how dark it is around us?
You have a piece of me, given freely. But those before you were butchers, flayed flesh for stolen stars.
I was too slow.
Give me 1 second, everybody. I'll be right back.
But those before you, they did not ask. They butchered me. My flesh fed their greed.
Have you ever actually sat there and listened to all the different voice lines that are going on in this particular scene? There is some crazy stuff going on.
Just go.
Now remember, all that stuff that you heard right there, if you were listening to what was going on, none of that's happened yet.
How are we doing, Holvania?
Where he says, just go. That hasn't technically occurred in the Hex quest yet. In fact, if you were listening to all the little voices that were going on there, all that stuff was essentially the things that we're about to experience now.
Stay strong. Time heals everything. And I know you know it, right? Love is time. Every day I'm getting stronger, but I still feel the pain.
And time will show me the way. Yeah. The music to this update is just so damn good.
Hold there. She'll get it open.
Sing it, Yoshi. I absolutely love the music to this update. It's one of the one of the main things I'm gonna miss of 1999.
We are fine.
And she's still got the purple eyes. This part's music sounds like something out of Enya. Anybody remembers Enya? Get up.
What's going on down there? 8 Squad? 8 Squad, report. Get a Fervon units down there now.
In a matter of speaking, yes. So remember how the void is described. You know, there's always every single time someone talks about the void, they always talk about the misery of it. You know, that there's essentially some horrible stuff that goes along with the power that they've you know received from it.
Eleanor, hold here. I'll clear the gas.
Can't quite see the thing. There we go. It's always a straggler. So getting back to my original point, yes, the void, the great despair, is what the void brings, essentially. Which some people look at it in a positive way. Hey, it's up to you, you know? Now she's got the green eyes. Now we're in trouble.
Eleanor!
She's in the back collecting.
See, all this stuff happened.
Making sure that you...
We saw this before it actually occurred.
You.
Of course we are. You can be too.
No. This is what they want. Hold.
What the hell? Wait.
Oh, that poor guy, he just took a bullet like literally through his spine.
Shit,
And it was probably a big one too.
Heads down while I do my job, alright, mate?
Show off. Better make a move, though. They'll get on you.
I'm seeing this through. Peekaboo.
Go!
I got this.
Well, it's the whole Saving Private Ryan thing. That's Angels of the Zariman music right there. They don't seem like they're in a hurry. One, two, three.
Tell me you got this.
I can only type so fast.
There it is right there. Silent Void said it
Is that
best.
supposed to happen?
Amir? Aoi, can you do something?
What do you want me to do?
I don't know. Hold them in.
Yep, you see Sol and Lua on the floor?
Aoi, stop!
It went hard in this scene, I will tell you. Now, Austin's saying it was actually harder, maybe, but this is damn. I don't like the recoil on this gun whatsoever. Yes. So essentially the idea is that they took each other out. And now we have the Tech Rot and the Infestation working together. Or I mean, I should say Tech Rot and the Murmur working together, so that's pretty cool, right? Yeah, Ollie's eye sure did. I'm guessing her brain along with it. I love how the Murmur goes right back to dust after it gets killed, because that's all it is. That if you got the whole the temporal dust that comes from Owlweaver update, if you look on the description of it, that's what essentially all the Murmur is made out of: entropy universes. That presumably the man on the wall's already kind of taken over, if you will. Isn't that boring? Yeah. Yeah, it's not going too well now without Ollie holding things in. We're pretty much screwed. I always love hearing the indifference come in with Albert here. I don't know, Austin. I actually kind of wish I would get to see that version of Aoi getting killed to make that. I'd like to make that determination on my own.
I was too slow.
He's ash in seconds. No need for misery. Come, now. Murmur expect.
I can tell you right now, they updated the visuals for this
They've
quest.
given their lives for this.
Albert looks
Make
different.
it count.
It might be just for like little things like with hair and operators like stuff and whatnot, but Albert definitely looks different than normal.
I can save them.
Than what the quest
Not
typically looks like.
Unless you know them.
His eyes are a lot more expressive. I don't know, Zerg. Megan said that it's not canon. There's nothing in there that I actually read a tweet of hers that said that crossover is not canon in any way. Bonus. Yeah, I think that's Wally. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. Love the song. And now it's back to the beginning.
To the erstwhile traitor and conspirator known by the alias Drifter. That profane monstrosity of which the scholar spoke has sought to claim our throne. It wears a face and puppets a body that knows you. We have confined it in the Apocrypha, the realm of untold stories. But you now have a duty to keep it there. If it gains sufficient power, its story will supplant ours. Seek its heretical tale, the triumph of dust. Sever it from the true tales of Duviri. His radiant and eternal majesty, Dominus Thrax.
What? I never received this email. Huh. That was weird. I never received that email. No, you can see. I mean, you all know that I've done everything in the game. I mean, I've done everything in the game. That's the first time I ever received that. Well, why it decided to send me it now, I have no clue. Oh, Austin, that's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I know that's I never received that before. That's easily the first time I ever got that. What the hell? Just walked by. Oh, Kaya. Okay, that was interesting.
Yeah, at least there's an internet cafe.
These guys are always bullshitting. I just went into his head there for a second. Yeah, I did. That's kind of creepy. I mean, seriously, Thrax, just stop, dude. You're just nothing. No offense. Wow. Wow. Well, I'd say, I don't know. Hey, did we win that? No, you don't. That was one of the things that is said within the quest is that Mathila says we can put her down, but she's just gonna pop back up the water spout again. So we'll never keep Rizalka and the indifference out of Duviri. One, because then there wouldn't be any Triumph of Dust for us to do anymore, because it wouldn't have a point. But two, because I just don't think it's possible. The mail got stuck in the void. Austin, so you're saying that Lisa's death in Silent Hill more accurately represented what Aui's death was originally going to look like. But I mean, and you can see like it's pretty. I can see DE being like, "Whoa, can we just, just tamp it down just a tiny." This, and her eyes exploded with splatter on the camera. Yes. I get an idea why they didn't go with that. Not to say that the version that we got of Aui's death wasn't gruesome, because I think it is. But yeah, I can see why they, just brought it back just a little bit for a second. Zerg, are you talking about not Mathila? You mean what's her name? Sithel. Yeah, right? Is that what you're talking about? Sithel's mask? It's just sitting there chilling out? And actually, we come to find out that it was Mathila who allowed the indifference in, which is, I think it's kind of implied in a couple different things, but that's how it got in, through her memories, which makes sense given what she saw and who her husband was, and the whole 9 yards. But, well, everybody, I feel like we've had a wonderful stream today. I hope you've enjoyed it. Zerg, are you talking about the one that's sitting on, there's like a bench with her sash and a mask? Because if that's what you're talking about, that's like sitting out, Scytha was the one that's Fear. She's the one that's like sitting in the corner in that house talking about the man on the wall and all that other stuff. Well, give it time, Kirby, man. We could see that. Also, the thing I found. Which thing are you talking about? you talking about the credits, or are you talking? Well, Estrella Paulst. I think I said that right. I appreciate you coming here and checking it out. You know, it takes a discerning mind to be able to follow the thoughts of a crazy person like myself. So, to all of you that typically, you know, enjoy my content, you know, I say thank you, and I say it's nice being able to speak to such kindred spirits that can, like I said, that can follow the mad ramblings of a crazy person like myself. I said I'm looking at this thing. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. Oh, you found something about Scythle, huh? We'll put it in the Discord. Is it like? Oh, that's right. Yeah. So again, this is another one of those things that it seems like it's an off-camera thing. I don't know if they're going with it, but Austin found this in Araxia's area. Real quick, check this out. The Duviri mask from the Zariman. Isn't that pretty cool? Well, if you come here for inspiration in learning about lore from Warframe, then you know I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming here, and I appreciate everybody who stops by and contributes. You know, their little bits of lore and stuff. Sometimes quite huge, large bits of lore that even you know that this man here has no clue about. So, I mean, essentially, that's the Drifter's mask from originally in Duviri. Remember, when you first go to do the initial quest of Duviri Paradox, your Drifter character, the one that's I don't really know what to say about that either, because that character's only canon for like a little while, and then your you know, however you make your Drifter look becomes the true canon. But there is like this character that's in the game and is wearing that mask in the very beginning whenever Thrax is like making us into a doll, if you will, and he's putting the worm through us and stuff like that. But isn't that's what I'm saying? Like, is that the head, or is so? If you go into, hold on, you can definitely see it during the New War.
Now, students, nobody's perfect, not even a Cephalon. It seems I have misplaced your Zarium accolades.
Well, you suck. Okay, I don't know if I'm able to see it here. Hold on. I can help this. I can help this. Okay. So check this out. Can you see it? That is what I think is you found. Austin. Well, I think that I would love to see them kind of dig deeper into making the operator and the drifter more battle capable, because I love the the little back and forth between. It's one of my favorite things about Warframe's gameplay is the back and forth between the Warframe and the drifter, and being able to move out of one and go into another. You know, drifter or Warframe gets low on health, pull out the drifter, void sling through a bunch of dudes to get out of the way. They fly all over the place. You get some energy back, go back to your Warframe. I love that back and forth switching, especially when it's used right. Like the place where I love it the most is right here on this airman, because there are multiple enemies with the Thrax enemies where you have to kill them one way, and then they turn into their like ethereal form, and then your operator has to come out and do its thing. I love that. I really wish DE would delve into that more, even if it was only for one little system, right? Even if it was for only that tiny, like even if it was for like one quest or one activity where it was basically like the idea was to flip between back and forth, to do this with this one, go do this with this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. So I don't know. I'd really like to see that. And now I'm going to be so. Well, we could. I mean, the operator and the drifter could become one yet. That's possible. I'm just going off of where the story seems to be leading me, at least. Who knows what D is going to end up doing in the end? But you know, it's just. We'll see, though. Well, yeah, Austin, if you can find that, that'd be really cool. And then maybe I can, like I said, put that into that thing, like with the other thing that you found. That one, that one. I didn't even want to bring that one up here. We brought it up into another place at one point. That's a strong one. So, but with that being said, everybody, I hope you have enjoyed today's stream and the little things that we delved into today. I hope it was fun. I'm gonna try to get back to. Oh yeah, try to get the head out of it. That would be cool. I'm going to try to get back to the regular schedule. Like I said, I always feel bad because it seems like whenever I stream, there's always some little problem or something. But if you all enjoy it, I'll keep doing it. Working on my video right now for the Vallis Undermind and that whole thing. That should be up here really soon. And then that Astral Apostle, I'm actually working on something with that as well, with Teshin and how that whole thing. That's going to be, I think, what we're going to try to do is finally. I talked about this before, but I don't think that there's been like a comprehensive New War lore video that encapsulates all the stuff that we know now, because there's like so much more context that whereas the New War is a multiple-year-old quest, understanding it more completely kind of can only happen through what we've learned now. It wouldn't be a DC stream if there wasn't 10 minutes where we can't hear anything. That's true. That is true. I guess that's what I'm known for. Yay. Well, thank you. You've made me laugh. That's the most important thing. But right now, I'm gonna go get myself some food in me. I do very much appreciate you all joining me today. I hope you enjoyed yourself. But at any rate, I hope you all have a wonderful day today, a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I'll talk at you on the next one. Take care, everybody.